Advocate Siminya.
Good morning, Chairperson, Madam Commissioner. Chair, we want to record our displeasure at how MNS, representing the city, has been engaging with the evidence leaders. And that is now becoming an impediment in us discharging the responsibilities we have under the proclamation. I do not do this lightly. I understand the implications. I have tried repeatedly to make it clear to Mr. Mnyandu in particular of MNS that this is important and would be constrained if we should come to a point of issuing subpoenas. Now, the background to the concern we are expressing now is, for instance, without going through the litany of interchange you have had with them. On 29 November 2023, we write to MNS and we refer to the Rule 3.3 and 3.10 of the rules governing these proceedings. In it, I just want to indicate that we say to them, there is now evidence about a litany again and a plethora of transgressions of bylaws. And under paragraph 2 of that communication, we say, the nature and extent of your client's implication for non-compliance and or non-enforcement includes, but is not limited to, 2.1. The property bylaws notice, and we give the number, borne out by evidence in the transcript of the hearings on pages to identify those, and on the statement of Mr. P. Nketo, we identify the page, Mr. Ngubani on page 2, Mr. Baloi, we identify the page, Mr. Maposa, and we identify the page, and Mr. Sibia, we also identify the page. Then we say under 2.2 emergency service bylaws, notice number X, we explain there. Service bylaw notice, we explain that as borne out by evidence in the transcript, and we identify the various elements of the transcript. Electricity bylaws, we deal with them. We also do the same and identify in what respect we would want some response in relation to that. We discuss about the waste management bylaws and the transcript pages where that type of evidence arises. And then we say in paragraph 4 of that letter, we request you, including one of your clients whose obligation it is to see to the enforcement of above cited bylaws, to assist the Commission by obtaining and finishing the statements answering to non-compliance or non-enforcement of the aforesaid bylaws. To facilitate planning on the side of the Commission, we request that the statement be finished not later than 8 December 2023. It is now February of 2024, and as I say, despite exchanges and undertakings, we still have no such documents. That's the first area of our complaint. The second is we communicated to them that we have scheduled to week 2 and 3 of February to deal with the evidence that relates to that client, which is the city of Johannesburg. Only yesterday did they give us an agenda that seems to suggest that they want to deal with all of that on Monday, despite today, a Friday, us having no documents that do not tell us anything about non or non-compliance in respect of the issues we advised them about as early as 29 November. And Chair, Madam Commissioner, we are concerned that if we do not keep to the timetable that we exchange with the parties, we may fail our mandate in delivering the reports as are required by the proclamation. I'm sounding this clarion call and complaint precisely to make sure that we are not in that embarrassing moment in the future. We don't know what statements will come, whether or not they will be adequate, whether or not they would require further embellishment to the extent that is necessary. And this is our recordal of our complaint, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate Siminya. Mr. Khoza.
Good morning, Madam Commissioner. I'm Tami Khoza from MNS Attorneys, here for the City of Johannesburg. I confirm that, as discussed in chambers, the concerns of the Commission have been noted, and we are currently working towards ensuring that all the statements are received and delivered during the course of this weekend.
Yes.
And I've also explained that as soon as we received communication from this commission, we immediately wrote to our client and requested interviews with all the relevant officials. However, it's proven difficult for us to secure their attendance. Some of them were traveling, some of them were on leave. But we have since have our team divided, and we're working towards drafting those statements.
Yes. Yes. Mr. Khoza, the problem I have is that the difficulty that you are adverting to now of not being able to make contact with your clients in order to obtain their statements was never raised with this commission. The only difficulty that was raised with this commission was that you had a problem in securing the attendance of counsel on the time that we had agreed upon. This is a cause for concern. I am now making a ruling that the statements must be given to the evidence leader by Saturday. This is what I understand you to be saying. When you say the weekend, because the weekend ends on Saturday. Am I correct?
Judge, you're correct. We are asking for indulgence. Some will come on Sunday, some will come on Saturday. As I've just said, we are currently in consultations and we're preparing the statements. So some will come today, tomorrow, or Sunday.
Okay. I am making a ruling that these statements must be furnished to the evidence leader by no later than Sunday. What is the date on Sunday?
I believe it's the 4th.
I'm making a ruling that the statements must be received by the evidence leader by no later than Sunday, the 4th of February, 2024. Thank you.
Noted.
Thank you, Chair. We are on course to deal with further oral evidence. Mr. Maponya now represents Norton Rose and the victims. He will be proceeding.
Mr. Maponya,
Good
you
morning.
place yourself on record.
Indeed so. Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning to the Commissioner. Good morning to my colleagues and everyone else that is in the room. For the record, my name is Kgaugelo Maponya. I haven't had the privilege of appearing in this commission before. I am duly briefed by Norton Rose Fulbright for the Johannesburg Fire Victim Support Group.
Yes. You may proceed, Mr. Maponya.
In today's proceedings, Madam Chair, we shall call upon 4 witnesses to give their testimonies as to what happened and what is happening at the current juncture.
Yes.
The witnesses to be called is firstly Omari Hanya, which the witness statement will be found in page 45 to 48 of our bundle. Then the second one will be Qinisile Dladla. Qinisile Dladla's statement will be found in page 49 to 51. Then the third witness, which is Sitogwa Kezungu, the statement will be found in page 52 to 57. Thereafter, we shall call upon Ms. Zolile Beje, who will be our final witness of the day. With the leave of the Commission, may I kindly call upon Mr. Omari Hanya
Yes,
to
you
be
may.
our first witness.
Yes.
And Madam Chair, for sake of following evidence today, we shall lead evidence in the following structure. Firstly, we shall lead evidence as to how did they come about to live at the Usindiso building. Secondly, we shall lead evidence as to their narrative of the fire. Therefore, thereafter, we shall lead evidence as to their current placement and the conditions thereof and the aftermath of the
Yes.
fire on each and every witness that is
Mr.
coming.
Maponya, I want to warn you that we've got to be aware of the terms of reference of the Commission. So with regard to the conditions of where they stay, I'm expecting you to be very curtailed in terms of your leading of evidence in that regard.
I shall do so, Madam Commissioner.
Yes. The witness
Perhaps
may
I
be
may
sworn
be-
in.
The witness is there, maybe if I may administer the oath, Chair.
Yes, you may, Advocate Siminya.
Mr. Hanya, please give us your full names.
Bwana Hanya, tupatie majina yako yote.
Omari Hanya.
Omari Hanya.
Do you have an objection in taking the oath?
Je, utaapishwa?
Ndio.
I have no objection.
Do you swear the evidence you're about to give us will be the truth, nothing but the truth, and if you do, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
Unaapa ya kwamba ushahidi wako utakuwa ukweli, ukweli mtupu, Mungu akusaidie. Kama ni hivyo, inua mkono wako useme Mungu nisaidie.
Mungu nisaidie.
So help me God.
The witness is sworn in.
Thank you, Advocate Minya. Mr. Maponya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Hanya.
Morning.
Habari ya asubuhi Mr. Hanya.
Could you tell the commission as to where are you from and what do you do for a living?
Unaweza ambia commission umetoka wapi na unafanya nini unafanya kazi gani?
Natoka Tanzania na self-employed.
I am from Tanzania and I am self-employed.
Thank you, Mr. Hanya.
Asante.
Mr. Hanya, am I right to say that you are familiar with the purpose of why we are here today at this hearing, and that there are some aspects of what happened and what is happening and subsequently what must happen, that you will assist the commission with the facts that you know?
Bwana Hanya, nataka kujua kama unajua hii kesi venye inaenda, kilichotokea, na kama utasaidia hii commission kujua kile ilitokea.
Kilichotokea ni moto, matatizo makubwa ya moto yalitokea.
What happened? There was a fire and there was a lot of...
That was not the question. May I kindly repeat? I was asking that, am I right to say that you are familiar with the purpose of this hearing today, as well as that you have some sort of facts that will assist the commission as to the adequacy of what must happen and what is happening?
Anauliza eti leo unajua nini tunafanya hapa na unajua kilichotokea na utasaidia kuhusu kile, utaongea kuhusu ile ilitokea.
Ni sawa, nitaelezea jinsi ilivyokuwa.
Yes, I will explain what happened.
Thank you, Mr. Hanya. Mr. Hanya, how did you come to live at the Usindiso building?
Bwana Hanya, ilikuja aje ukaanza kuishi pale kwenye hiyo nyumba ya Usindiso?
Nafanya shughuli zangu kona Albert Fanvela.
Ulifika aje pale?
Ndio naelezea. Kwa hiyo nilikuwa naishi Ibro. It is too far for me to travel always. Ndio maana nika make a decision kutafuta chumba. Kwa hiyo baada ya kupata chumba, nimepata chumba Usindiso building.
Okay. Ulikuwa naishi Hillbrow? I used to live in Hillbrow, but it was too far from where I was working. So I decided to live closer, and that's how I came to live at Usindiso.
Thank you, Mr. Hanya. Could you tell the commission when did you start living at the Usindiso building?
Unaweza ambia commission ulianza kuishi pale lini? 2017.
Thank you, Mr. Hanya.
Asante.
Could you kindly describe the conditions of the Usindiso building when you first started living there?
Unaweza tuambia hali ya maisha pale Usindiso ilikuwa aje, mazingira ilikuwa aje?
Mazingira yalikuwa mabaya mwanzo, lakini kila siku zinazozidi kwenda mambo yakaanza kubadilika baada ya kuwa watu wengi.
At first it was okay, but as time was going, as more and more people were living there, then the environment was not as good as before.
Mr. Hanya, could you kindly give the commission a detailed account as to what do you mean that the environment was not as it was before?
Unaweza ambia commission haswa nini ilibadilika, vile umesema haikuwa nzuri kama hapo awali?
Tatizo juu ilikuwa wakati tukua kidogo kulikuwa pako pasafi. Baada ya watu kuwa wengi wakaanza kujenga mikuku na nini, ikawa mna oda chafu.
At first it was clean, we were few, but as more and more people came in and they started building informal settlements like mukukus, then it started getting dirtier and dirtier.
Thank you, Mr. Hanya.
Asante.
Mr. Hanya, could you tell the commission as to who you were living with and at which floor?
Unaweza ambia commission ulikuwa unaishi na nani na ulikuwa unaishi ghorofa ya ngapi?
Nilikuwa naishi second floor, nilikuwa naishi na girlfriend wangu, ila alikuwa anakuja sometime, not every day.
I lived on second floor with my girlfriend who did not live there. She only used to come and visit.
Thank you. Mr. Hanya, a moment ago you described that there was a development of informal sheds within the building. Could you kindly expand on that detail for the benefit of the commission as to what do you mean that there was development of informal sheds within the building?
Okay, hapo awali ulikuwa umetuambia walianza kujenga kama mikuku hivi. Unaweza kutuambia walikuwa najenga aje na ilikuwa aje walikuja kujenga hivyo?
Mimi sio fundi mikuku, nitaelezea vipi mikuku inajengwa? Yeah?
Okay. I'm not. I don't know how they started to build the mikukus. I'm not a carpenter, so I don't know. But they just started to build them.
Thank you, Mr. Hanya.
Asante.
Mr. Hanya, could you tell the commission as to the state of security within the Usindiso building?
Bwana Hanya, unaweza tuambia kama pale palikuwa na kama palikuwa safe hivi, ilikuwa aje pale? Ukisema ukiangalia mambo ya safety, unaweza sema aje?
Kwa safety kulikuwa safety na sio safety. Kulikuwa usalama ulikuwepo na usalama ulikuwa hamna vile.
Okay. In terms of safety, sometimes it was safe, sometimes it was not safe.
Thank you, Mr. Hanya. Perhaps could I rephrase my question as to what was the state of security in the Usindiso building when you first moved in and subsequently when you were living there?
Kwa usalama, vile ulifika mwanzo, unaweza sema ilikuwa aje, alafu baada ya hapo, usalama ulikuwa vipi?
Baada ya usalama, mwanzo. Ndio kama hivyo ulivyosema, mwanzo hatakuwa watu wengi, tulikuwa watu kidogo, kwa hiyo tulikuwa vizuri tu, pasafi, hakuna matatizo. Lakini walipoanza kuja watu ndio ikawa tena matatizo, wanajenga mikuku, sometimes kelele usiku, nini hatulali, ndio hivyo.
So at first, because we were few, it was safe, it was clean, there were no problems, but as time went on, there were more people moving in. It was becoming unsafe. It was becoming unclean. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Hanya. Perhaps just to expand on the security issue, are you aware of the development of gangs within the Usindiso building, given that there was no proper security, as you are alluding to this commission?
Kwa usalama, unajua kama kulikuwa na majambazi pale hapo Usindiso?
Masuala ya ujambazi mimi sijui, kwa sababu nikitoka 5 o'clock narudi 8 o'clock. And hiyo ndio time table yangu ya kila siku, every day.
I wouldn't really know because I would leave at 5 a.m., I would come back at 8 a.m. and that was my daily routine. So I wouldn't really know.
Thank you, Mr. Hanya. Mr. Hanya, could you tell the commission as to how did you access facilities such as water and electricity within the Usindiso building?
Bwana Hanya, unaweza tuambia ulipata maji na stima aje pale Usindiso?
Nimekuta chumba kina kila kitu, maji na umeme, kwa hiyo sikuweza kujua umeme umekuja vipi. Mimi sio technician umeme. Niangalie tena umeme unatokea wapi.
When I got there, I got a room. There was electricity and there was water.
Thank you, Mr. Hanya. Perhaps just to expand on the issue of electricity and water, was it adequate or sufficient? Could you just clarify to the commission?
Hiyo maji na umeme, unaweza sema ilikuwa hapo kila siku?
Ndio.
Yes, it was adequate.
Thank you, Mr. Hanya.
Asante.
Mr. Hanya, during your stay at the Usindiso building, and given the conditions that you have just labeled to the commission, have you interacted with anyone from the city of Johannesburg with regards to the living conditions at the Usindiso building?
Ulipokuwa ukiishi pale, uliweza kuongea na watu wa kutoka City of Johannesburg kuhusu hiyo hali ya hiyo nyumba?
Sina muda kwa kweli, nikitoka nimetoka, nikirudi nimerudi.
I did not have time to interact because once I left, I would go and come back, so I did not have time to interact with anyone.
Thank you, Mr. Hanya.
Asante.
Mr. Hanya, do you know of any attempt by the city of Johannesburg in addressing the issues that you have just curtailed to this commission with regards to safety concerns, the living conditions that you have alluded?
Bwana Hanya, unajua kama City of Johannesburg waliweza kufanya chochote kuhusu pale hiyo nyumba, kama ni usalama ama mambo ya maji ama stima?
Namna kwa kweli sio.
No, I don't know.
We shall now move to the night of the fire. Mr. Hanya, could you tell this commission as to your narrative about the night of the fire and your experience thereof?
Haya, sasa tutaenda kwa huo usiku wa moto. Unaweza tuambia kulitendeka nini, ilitendeka usiku huo?
Okay. Mimi nilikuwa nimelala. Kwa hiyo baada ya kusikia kelele nyingi na moshi, nikaamka nikawa na kofu. Ikabidi watu wanagongeana milango, tunaamshana.
I was asleep. Then I had a lot of noise. There was a lot of smoke. I was coughing, and there was people were making noise, knocking on doors, waking everybody up.
Kwa hiyo baada ya hapo na mimi nikaamka kutoka, kwa sababu heat ilikuwa inakuja juu ya moto. Kwa hiyo nikaenda 3rd floor kwanza.
So after that, I got up. The heat was already coming up, so I first went to 3rd floor.
Baada ya hapo nikaona kule 3rd floor watu wanatumia ngazi za back steps. Kwa hiyo nikawafuata wale, ndio nikasurvive, nikaa nimetoka na mimi.
When I got to 3rd floor, I found people using the back steps, so I was able to follow them and be able to save myself by going out that way.
Kwa hiyo nilipotoka nje nikaangalia building, ndio nikaona moto mkubwa sana, haukuwa moto mdogo.
So when I got out of the building, I found out that it was a very big fire.
Kwa hiyo ikabidi watu wengine wako busy na simu, wanaita ambulance, wanaita firefight kuja kuzima moto. Kwa hiyo sisi pia wengine tulikuwa tunawasaidia kuwatoa watu kutoka kwenye moto, tunarusha kamba juu, tunawapa washuke na ile kamba, lakini wanawake hawakuweza.
When I was out there, some of the people called the ambulances, others called the firefighters, and we also started helping people. We started rescuing people from the building by throwing ropes to the people, but women could not be able to use the rope to get out.
Kwa hiyo tukaendelea kusaidiana pale kwa namna moja au nyingine mpaka fire ilipokuja, na fire amekuja muda late, moto ukawa uko mwingi sana.
So we continued helping people, but the firefighters were very late. They came very late, and by that time the fire had engulfed the building.
Na wakaja ambulance wakawa wanasaidia watu ambao wameruka kutoka juu mpaka chini, ndio ilipokuwa hivyo.
Then the ambulances came. There were people who were jumping off the building, so they were trying to help them as well, and that is what happened.
Afu the next day ndo wakaja watu wakatuchukua sisi wakatupeleka Belzwa alikula.
So the next day there are people who came and took us to Bess Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Hanya. Perhaps just to expand on your version that the fire department of the city came late, could you kindly explain to this commission as to what do you mean that the fire department of Johannesburg came late to rescue the fire, and what is your general comment on their efficiency with dealing with the fire at that particular time?
Unaweza tuelezea, umetuambia eti wazima moto walikuja wamechelewa. Unaweza tuelezea tena walikuja wamechelewa aje?
Watu walikuwa wanapiga simu, mimi sikuwa na simu, lakini watu walikuwa wanawapigia simu. Walivyokuja wamekuja kama baada ya dakika 45 ndio wamekuja. Na walivyokuja wamekuja hawana maji. Wana struggle yani kutafuta maji in order to switch off the fire.
So there are people who are calling them, but they came after 45 minutes. But when they got there, they did not even have water. So they tried to connect their water, but it seems they couldn't find water.
They came with no water. They were taking water from those fire water on the streets.
Yeah.
Fire pipe.
Yeah. So they came in with no water. They came in 45 minutes late, and they were really trying to get the water from the hoses, the fire, to connect the water.
Thank you, Mr. Hanya. Could you expand to the efficiency, given that they came late, but could you expand to the efficiency of the City of Johannesburg Fire Department in dealing with this fire and assisting you guys with dealing with the fire and rescuing of the persons that were inside the building?
Unaweza tuelezea au wazima moto, unaweza fafanua kidogo kwa ile kazi walikuwa nafanya. Tufafanulie, wewe uliona nini pale?
Nimeona wamekuja bila maji, wakaanza kustruggle kutafuta maji wazime moto, na baada ya moto kuwa umezimwa wakawa wanatoa watu waliokufa na wapanga mstari chini next building.
I saw them when they came. They tried to connect the water, and once the fire went down, they came with no water. So they tried to connect. Once the fire came down a little bit, they helped to get people out of the building, and then they arranged them in lines.
The dead body was.
The dead bodies. They tried to arrange them in lines.
Rolled them on the silver plastic.
And they also put them in a plastic.
Perhaps to expand on the deaths, did you experience any close deaths of any person that you know within the building, seemingly that you were part of the rescue team?
Unajua mtu mwenye alikufa siku hiyo, labda unaweza tuelezea kama iko mtu unajua mwenye alikufa, ama sababu wewe pia ulisaidia ulisaidia watu pia. Sasa iko wale ulikuwa unajua
kwenye msaada niliosaidia watu, naimjua nisomjua niliwasaidia, lakini kwa watu waliokufa namjua Charles, wife wake na mtoto. Anatokea Tanzania, Charles, wife wake anatokea Mozambique.
I helped everyone, whether I knew them or not, but when I was rescuing people, I knew Charles, his wife, and the child who died in the fire.
Thank you, Mr. Hanya. We shall now move to the aftermath of the fire. Mr. Hanya, could you tell the commission as to how did the fire affect your life?
Bwana Charles, unaweza tuambia huo moto kwa maisha yako ilikudhuru aje, ama ulipoteza kitu?
Kwa kweli moto umeniathiri vikubwa sana. Nimepoteza stock yangu ya biashara. Nimepoteza my daughter's birth certificate. Nimepoteza baadhi ya certificate zangu nilikuwa nazo. nimepoteza fridge, microwave and so many other things. Money was inside. Alafu maisha yangu pia yakuwa mazuri. I have to look for a place to go and stay. Lala nje almost 5 days.
The fire, it really affected me. I lost my child's birth certificate. I lost other certificates. I lost the stock for my business. I also lost everything that I have. And I even slept on the streets for 5 days.
Thank you, Mr. Hanya. Could you expand as to the losses that you have suffered as a result of the fire?
Unaweza fafanua kidogo kwa yote yenye ulipoteza?
Cigarette, fruits, and my cell phone, my laptop, and microwave, TV, and other stuff which was inside.
I lost cigarettes, fruits, my phone, microwave, fridge, and all other stuff.
So given the loss and what you have just explained to the Commission, have you received any assistance from government or elsewhere with regards to addressing the issues of the fire?
Umepata msaada kutoka yeyote kama serikali ama kokote baada ya huo moto?
Sikupata msaada, ila alitupeleka kule Baseball. Nilikaa kwa muda mfupi, nikarudi tena huku, nikapata hela kutoka kwa ndugu yangu, nikaanza biashara. Kwa hiyo nimechukua mkuku tu, I'm renting mkuku na naishi.
I did not receive any help or any assistant. I just went to live in Best Valley for a short while. Then my brother gave me capital to restart my business. Now I live in Amkuku, so I've not received any kind of assistance
From the government.
Thank you, Mr. Hanya. I would assume that it's common cause that any person suffering or experiencing fire suffers from some sort of psychological trauma. So, given what I've just stated, have you received any form of psychological assistance from government or elsewhere in addressing the trauma that you have suffered during the fire?
Umepata usaidizi kutoka serikali ama yoyote kuhusu kilichotendeka? Labda ulipata usaidizi wowote, hata mafikira ama kisaikolojia hivi?
Nisikupata msaada kokote zaidi ya ndugu yangu mmoja tu ndo alinipa hela nikaanza biashara basi, lakini sikupata msaada wote.
I did not receive any assistance from anyone apart from my brother to restart my business.
Thank you, Mr. Hanya. You had stated that you were staying in the streets for a period of 5 days, if I'm not mistaken, and then you went on to stay at the Best Valley, and now you stay in a sort of Umkuku. Now, can you kindly explain to the Commission your experiences of staying, firstly, on the streets for that period of time after the fire?
Umetuambia eti ulikuwa unaishi barabarani au kuwa na mahali pa kuishi. Unaweza tuambia hali ilikuwa gani kuishi pale kwenye barabara hizo siku 5?
Hali haikuwa nzuri kwa kweli. Alafu zilikuwa siku za weekend, watu wakitoka kwenye maklabu huko wanaturushia machupa ambao tumelala nje barabarani. Alafu kulikuwa na organization tu zilikuwa zinakuja pale, zinatupa chakula, wanaondoka. Ni hivyo tu mpaka nikaamua kwenda Baseball na nikasikukaa muda mrefu kula, nikarudi tena mjini baada ya kupata la biashara.
It was a very difficult time living on the streets. It was over a weekend. People would come from the clubs. They would throw bottles at us. But later on, a few organizations would come and give us food. it was very difficult. That's why I decided to go and stay at Bez Valley.
Kwa hiyo nilipopata hela ndo nikarudi mjini huko nikafanya biashara, nikaa naendelea na biashara, nikapata hela nikachukua room ya Mkuku ndo naishi sasa hivi.
So later on, when I got assistance with some money to restart the business, that's when I moved to the informal settlement.
Thank you, Mr. Hani. You had stated after the period of the streets that you were staying in Bez Valley. Could you kindly describe the conditions at Bez Valley, and how did you find and what is your experience in staying there?
Baada ya kuishi barabarani, umetuambia ulienda kuishi Bez Valley. Unaweza tuambia pale Bez Valley hali ilikuwa vipi ukiishi pale? Unaweza sema ilikuwaje?
Pale napo hapakuwa pazuri kwa sababu wanakupa mattress, unalala on the floor, vyoo havina milango, vyoo vichafu. Kwa hiyo kweli moto umetuathiri sana.
Yeah, it was a very challenging time living in Bez Valley. It was not clean. We were just given mattresses to sleep on the floor. The toilets were very dirty. There were no doors on the toilets. This fire really has really caused a lot of problems for us.
So could you explain the conditions of the informal settlement that you are staying in right now?
Unaweza tufafanulia kidogo pale ulikuwa unaishi kwenye Mikuku, unaweza tufafanulia iko vipi pale
Kwa sasa hivi?
Kwa sasa hivi.
Mkuku ni Mkuku tu bwana. Sio safe lakini sina choice. Ni hivyo tu. Sio safe, sina choice. Sababu ni wood. Once yani huku moto ukiwaka, obvious.
Living in a Mkuku, it's difficult, it's not safe. In case of a fire, the fire can easily spread, so it's not a good place to live.
Ila tu sina choice.
But I don't have a choice.
Thank you, Mr. Hanya. At the current juncture, are you assisted by the state or anyone else to address the current conditions that you are living at?
Kwa sasa hivi iko mtu yeyote ama serikali wamekuja kusaidia kwa sasa hivi ama vile unaishi mazingira, iko mtu anakusaidia?
Sina mtu yote ananisaidia na sijapata msaada kutoka serikalini. Sina mtu hata mmoja ananisaidia zaidi ya ndugu yangu kunipa hela biashara.
There is no one, including the state, has not helped me at all. The only person who has helped me is my brother.
Give me money for business and then I look after myself.
He's the only one who has given me money to restart my business, to take care of myself. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Hanya. Mr. Hanya, are you aware of Operation Dudula, and if so, have you experienced any encounter during and after the night of the fire?
Bwana Hanya, unajua Operation Dudula, umesikia kuhusu hiyo operation na chochote?
Walikuja pale kama baada ya siku ile moto siku, nafikiri sikumbuki lini, lakini one day or after 2 days walikuja. Walivyokuja walikuwa wameshika mafimbo, anaimba. They said they must go, we don't want them, and all these kind of issues. You know, yeah.
A day or two after the fire, they came. They were chanting, they were toing. They had shamboks, and yeah, they were just singing around us.
They say we must go, we do not belong here.
They said we must go, we don't belong here.
We make their life difficult.
That we are making their life difficult.
Thank you, Mr. Hanya. Did anything happen during those circumstances? And were you assisted, and how did you seek assistance in terms of avoiding a situation whereby you interact with Operation Tudula?
Sorry, I didn't hear you, please.
My question is, did you receive any assistance from the government or elsewhere in order to avoid a situation whereby you have a confrontation with Operation Tudula?
Mulipata usaidizi kutoka serikali kuhusu au watu wa Dudula? Mulipata usaidizi wowote?
Hatukupata usaidizi, ila sisi wenyewe tulikuwa tushachanganyikiwa. Kwa sababu umesha lose kila kitu, alafu mtu tena anakuja na kuinterrupt, anakufanya hivi na kufanya hivi, yani sisi tuko tayari kwa chochote kile.
We did not receive any assistance from the government concerning Dudula, but we were confused at the time. We had lost everything. We were ready for anything, any kind of fight. We were ready for it.
Thank you, Mr. Hanya. Given that you have stated that when the fire broke, you were inside the room, I would assume that you know little as to what caused the fire, but do you have any comment as to what caused the fire at the Usindiso building?
Hapo awali umetuambia ulikuwa ndani ya chumba wakati ule moto ulianza. Unajua nini haswa ilianzisha huo moto?
Kwa kweli sina idea yoyote, mimi nilikuwa nimelala. Utajuaje?
I have no idea at all because I was asleep.
Thank you, Mr. Hanya.
Asante.
Mr. Hanya, do you have anything that you wish to tell the Commission in order to enlighten its work in coming with the report?
Bwana Hanya, iko kitu ingine unaweza taka kusema kwa Commission yenye inaweza wasaidia kuhusu huo moto?
Kipo ndio.
Yes, there is.
Kwanza kabisa, baada ya moto kutokea, alikuja embassy wa Tanzania. Akatupa karatasi za 3 months. Mimi sikuchukua, lakini watu walichukua zile karatasi. Kwa hiyo wengi walichukua zile karatasi walikuwa naishi Basel.
Okay. At first, the Tanzanian embassy came to us. They gave us some documents to write, but I did not take the documents, and most of the people who wrote went to live in Bes Valley.
Kwa hiyo wameishi Bes Valley for some time. Baada ya hapo walikuwa wanastaafu kule hungry, kwa hiyo wakawa ile wanajilook after wenyewe. Kwa hiyo kilichotokea pale Bes Valley, wakapewa 1400 waondoke, 2200 waondoke.
So most of the people who wrote and went to live in Bes Valley, at first they did not have food. They were starving there. Then later on they were given 2,000 rand each
from Red Cross.
From the Red Cross.
Kwa hiyo walivyowapa zile hela wakaambia waondoke.
So once they were given the 2,000, they were told to leave.
Kwa hiyo wakawa wamekataa kuondoka kutokana na utafanyia nini rent 2000, mtu hauna chochote, you don't have room, you don't have nothing, 2,000, what you can do with it?
So most of them refused to leave because 2,000 rand they could not be able to pay rent or do anything with it.
Na baadhi yao walikuwa na family, wana watoto, wana wake zao.
Most of them, they had families, they had children and wives.
Kwa hiyo wakaja Metro, ikawa fighting mpaka Metro Rose wakaja wakatusaidia kuhusu kupata msaada.
Then the Metro came in and there was some kind of fight, but later on they came to help us.
Now Mr. End is the one came there to that day and he brought food for the guys, you know.
And Mr. Andy came in and brought some food for the guys.
So Metro Police, they refused not to bring food.
And the Metro Police blocked him from giving any food.
And from there, what they did, they kick everybody, baada ya hapo walichokifanya wao, wakafanya setup ya immigration kuja kuwakamata, na wamekamatwa kabla ya miezi mitatu ile karatasi hazijaisha. Kwa nini wamefanya hivyo?
The Metro, later on, they came back with the immigration officers, and these immigration officers arrested everyone. But those people, they had papers that gave them 3 months to stay there. So why did the Metro come in with the Home Affairs? They set them up to be arrested.
Mpaka hivi tunavyoongea wako Lindela Deportation Center.
And as we speak, they're still at Lindela Deportation Center.
They don't have toiletries, nothing.
They don't have toiletries or anything with them.
Thank you.
Hata hivyo kuna issue nyingine nataka niseme. Kuna watu walichukuliwa wakapelekwa Denville.
There are also other people that were taken to Denville.
Denville kwenyewe pale mvua ikinyesha noma, maji kila sehemu, watu kunaishi na watoto, kuna kina mama. Kwa nini serikali inafanya vitu kama hivyo? Lakini
And those who are taken to Denville, it's not a good situation. The houses are leaking. It's difficult for them. Why is the government doing this?
watu na kina mama kule ndo wengi, alafu na watoto wadogo wadogo.
And there are mainly women and children there.
Ndio hivyo tunataka na
That is all.
Thank you, Mr. Hanya. Is there a form of redress that you would seek or you would wish what the government or anyone else to assist you with addressing the current issues that you are having?
Sorry, please repeat that again.
My question is that, given the conditions that you are currently living at, is there any assistance, redress that you wish, whether it's the African government or anyone else, to assist you with in addressing this issue? And perhaps to expand, and what redress would you want from the work of this commission?
Kwa sasa iko usaidizi ungeweza kupenda serikali ifanye ama hata hii commission ikusaidie nayo.
wanisaidie nini yani? I mean,
Chochote unataka.
Waninunulie stock yangu, ni sehemu ya kuishi, niweze kuendeleza maisha yangu kama watu wengine wanavyoishi. Sababu siwezi nikaishi bila kufanya activities yoyote, na sio maisha.
I would like assistance with my business, restocking it, helping with how we are living. That is how I would like them to help.
Thank you, Mr. Hanya. Is there any other thing that you wish to expand on or to explain to the Honorable Commission?
Iko chochote ungependa kufafanua?
Yani napenda kusema tu fire kama ungekuja mapema ule moto ungeuzima.
I would just like to say that if the fire department would have been there earlier, that they would have been able to extinguish that fire.
Lakini hawakuja mapema, ndio maana mpaka sasa hivi tumekaa kwenye viti hapo tuna discuss moto.
But they did not come on time. That's why we are sitting here.
Tunaongelea mambo ya moto na jinsi tulivyokuwa affected.
And that's why we are talking about concerning the fire and its effects.
Ni hivyo tu.
That is all.
That is all. That's the end of my questioning, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you, Mr. Maponya. Advocate Semenya.
Express our deepest sympathies with your loss of those you knew in this tragedy, We do not have any questions.
Bwana Hanya, tungependa kuomboleza nawe kuhusu wale waliofariki kwenye hiyo moto. Hatuna maswali.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Mr. Koza?
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. We don't have questions for Mr. Hanya at this stage. However, we reserve our right for cross-examination, specifically in relation to the evidence dealing with the time of arrival of the fire department and the work done by the fire department on site.
Yes, you are aware that for cross-examination you'll have to apply for
Yes.
that. Yes, thank you. Ms. Sondo?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Commissioners. We do not have any questions for Mr. Hanya.
Thank you. Mr. Maponya, do you wish to have the statement of Mr. Hanya admitted into the record as exhibit NR?
NR 16, Madam Chair.
The evidence, the statement of Mr. Hanya is admitted into evidence as exhibit NRF 16. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Hanya, we thank you for having availed yourself to come and give evidence before the commission.
Bwana Hanya, asante sana kwa ushuhuda wako hapa kwa hii commission.
You may step down as a witness.
Asante.
Chair, would it be a convenient stage to take the adjournment tea?
We'll adjourn until 11:45. Thank you. The witness will be sworn in.
Madlada, give us your full name.
Sicela sinikeze igama lakhe liphelele.
Qinisile Dladla.
Qinisile Dladla.
Do you have an objection in taking the oath?
Ingabe unenkinga yokuthatha isifungo?
Cha, anginayo.
No.
Do you swear the evidence you are about to give us will be the truth, nothing else but the truth? And if you do, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Ingabe uyafunga ukuthi ufakazi ozokunikeza la kuyiqiniso elimhlophe futhi uma kunjalo sicela uphakamise isandla sakho sesokudla uthi inkosi ngisize.
Nkosi ngisiza.
The witness is sworn in.
Mr. Maponya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For purposes of following, we shall follow the same sequence of giving evidence as the first witness.
Yes.
Good morning, Ms. Lala. Could you tell the Commission where you are from and what do you do for a living?
Ungatshela iCommission ukuthi uvela kuphi nokuthi yini oyenzayo ukuze uziphilise.
Ekhaya ngiphuma eKZN eNkandla. Okwamanje angisebenzi.
I'm from KZN in Nkandla. At the moment, I'm unemployed.
Thank you, Ms. Lala. Ms. Lala, am I right to say that you are familiar with the purposes of this commission and the hearing today, and that you are having some sort of insight as to what happened, what must happen, and what is currently happening?
Ms. Lala, ngiqinisile yini uma ngithi ujwayelene nenhloso yaleli commission nokuthi unombono nolwazi lokuthi yini eyenzeka noma eyenzekayo?
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Lala. Could you tell the Commission as to when did you start to live at Usindiso and how did that come about?
Ungatshela iCommission ukuthi waqala nini ukuhlala Usindiso nokuthi kwenzeka kanjani uhlale khona?
Usindiso ngiqala ukuhlala ngo-April 2022. Before lapho bekade ngihlala eHillbrow.
I started living in Usindiso in April 2022. Prior to that, I lived in Hillbrow.
Ukuhlala kwami uSindiso ngangixhumane nomngani wami ngimtshela ukuthi sengixakwe irent ibiza kakhulu nama utilities are too much and imali engiyitholayo ayikho ngokwanele.
I had been in contact with a friend that I informed that I'm struggling to pay rent and the utilities are too expensive and I'm not getting a lot of money.
Base wangitshela ukuthi eflatini la hlala khona uSindiso ikhona indawo ngeza ngizobheka.
And she told me that there's space in Usindiso. I can come and take a look.
Thank you, Ms. Lala. Could you tell the Commission as to who were you staying with at Usindiso building and
Ungatshela-
at which floor specifically?
Pardon me. Ungatshela iCommission ukuthi wawuhlala nobani Usindiso nokuthi wawuhlala kusiphi stage?
uSindiso ngifike bengihlala ngedwa endlini ngihlala first floor.
I lived alone at Usindiso on the first floor.
Thank you, Ms. Lala. Could you describe the conditions at Usindiso building when you first moved in?
Ungachaza ukuthi izimo zazinjani Usindiso isakhiwo uma uqala ukuhlala khona?
Zazisohlelo not right, they were adequate.
They were in a good condition and adequate.
Could you kindly expand on your explanation as to
Ungathi-
what do you mean by that?
Ukweneba ukuthi usho ukuthini mawusho kanjalo?
Bekukhona amanzi kwi-building, sinogesi, kukhona ama-toilet.
We had water, there was electricity, and we had toilets in the building.
And for safety purposes, the e-gate lase first floor belokhwa and wonke umuntu benesikhiye sokuvula igate aphuma whenever ifuna.
And for safety reasons, there was a gate at the first floor that was locked, and every tenant had the key to come and go and lock the gate.
Could you give us your comment as to the state of cleanliness and expand more on the security factor that you have just alluded to the commission.
Ungasichazela ngenhlanzeko yale ndawo usitshele futhi nangokuphepha ukuthi kwakunjani kulesi sakhiwo.
Inhlanzeko yalapha eflatini besingenawo ama-cleaner, besingenawo futhi ama-security. Kodwa ifloor nefloor ibinabantu abayiklinelayo. Ifloor yethu ukukhuluma into engiyaziyo besine-cleaning roster ukuthi ngama-Monday to Sunday kuklina liphi room.
We didn't have cleaners and we didn't have security guards. There was no one responsible for cleaning, but what I know in our floor, we had a roster taking turns up for cleaning between Monday and Sunday.
Kwe safety. Ma security since besingenawo. Bekuba nzima mhlawumbe mawuzofika ebusuku lapha eflatini uzongena phansi ngoba bekunabantu isikhathi esiningi abahlala lapha phansi eflatini. Kodwa ngaze ngaba nesikhathi lapho kuthiwa khona bangibamba khona inkunzi. Bengithi masengena masingena kwi-floor yami yona le ibekhiwa ke for safety purposes.
Phansi usho kuphi?
Kwi-ground floor ilapho khona kuba inkinga mawungena khona because bekunabantu ungazi noma bahlala naye yini yabo.
There was a problem because we didn't have security guards on the ground floor at the entrance level. There would sometimes be troublemakers there. Once they tried to rob me, and so there would be a problem going in there when it comes to safety sometimes.
Thank you, Ms. Lala. You had alluded that you were paying rent at Usindiso building. May you kindly expand as to who were you paying rent to and the amount of that rental?
Ukhuluma indaba ukuthi wakhokha rent lapho Usindiso. Ungasitshela ukuthi wakhokha kubani nokuthi kwakuyimalini?
Yebo kunjalo ngangikhokha rent, ngangikhokha 1.5 ngenyanga. Uma stand wami ngangakaze ngihlangane naye. And umuntu engathi nje bengamazi.
It's true. I paid rent 1,500 rand a month, but I've never met my landlord, so I don't know who the landlord is.
Besixhumana ke phone.
We were always in contact on the phone, but I've never met the landlord in person.
Thank you, Ms. Ladla. Could you tell the commission as to how did you access facilities such as water and electricity within the Usindiso building?
Ungatshela ni commission ukuthi izinto ezinjengamanzi nogesi nanisithola kanjani lapha kuleli building?
Ugesi namanzi besingakukhokheli. Ngafica nami nje kungakhokhelwa. I was only paying rent kuma stand.
We didn't pay for water and electricity. When I got there, it wasn't being paid for, so we only were paying rent.
Could you tell the commission as to the adequacy of those facilities, being water and electricity?
Ungatshela ni commission ukuthi zazanele yini zikahle lezi zinto enanizidinga ugesi namanzi?
Yebo kwakwanele ngoba ifloor nefloor beyine tap. Ground floor bebene tap na surface floor besinayo, and then the second floor futhi nayo ibinayo access to water. Mase kuthi third floor ne fourth floor they were sharing lapha bakhe fourth floor bonke amanzi. So and then ugesi ke bekuba nenkinga on if there is load shedding, and then makubuyi load shedding ube right.
The water was adequate because we had a shared tap on the first floor, second floor. The third and the fourth floor had a tap on the fourth floor that was used as a communal tap. And electricity was adequate except for when there's load shedding.
Thank you, Ms. Lala. Ms. Lala, are you aware of any development of informal shacks within the Usindiso building?
Kukhona inokwaziyo ngokwakhiwa kwemikhukhu ngaphakathi kuleli building lasosindiso.
Imikhukhu bengeke ngayibona ground floor kodwa ukuthi yaqale kanjani anginalo lwazi, yakhiwe ngamabhodi.
I had seen these informal shacks on the ground floor, but when they were built exactly, I don't know, but they used the boards to build them.
Thank you, Ms. Lala. Could you tell the commission as to the state, meaning what was the state of the surrounding areas within the Usindiso building, and if you know about the current state of the surrounding areas within Usindiso building?
Ungalitshela yini commission ukuthi izimo ezizungezile kuleli bhilidi lasosindiso zazinjani nokuthi njengamanje zinjani ngokwazi kwakho?
Angikuqondi kahle umbuzo.
I don't understand the question fully.
I would rephrase. My question is that what is the current condition and circumstances of the surrounding areas within Usindiso building? And it's common cause that Usindiso building is located in Johannesburg.
Kuyaziwa ukuthi ibhilidi lasosindiso liseJohannesburg, ngakho ukuthi ziyini izimo kuleyo ndawo kulelo bhilidi lasosindiso.
Ngathi mhlambe isimo lapho building lasosindiso located khona bekuyindawo right because ama flats ebesurroundile especially lawa ebekukhona nawo ama flats ebekwe condition right except for ukuthi I building ebengane inkinga nencane ile yase Usindiso.
The surrounding area, the buildings around the area were in a good condition because these were buildings along the corner with Usindiso. They were in a good condition except that there was a bit of a problem with Usindiso.
Thank you, Ms. Lala. During your stay at the Usindiso building, have you interacted with the City of Johannesburg officials in addressing the conditions that you had alluded before this commission?
Ngesikhathi usahlala Usindiso ngabe wake waxoxa yini mhlambe neziphathimandla zaseJohannesburg, City of Johannesburg, ukulungisa izimo osukhulume ngazo esazingezinhle? No.
Perhaps do you know of any attempt by the City of Johannesburg or anyone else in addressing the issues that you have outlined to this Honorable Commission?
Mhlambe khona maziyo wanakekela wazama ukuxazulula lezi nkinga okhulume ngazo mhlambe utshela iCommission ngazo?
Cha, anginalwazi.
No, I don't have knowledge of such.
Thank you, Ms. Lala. We would now move to the events of the night of the fire and the experience thereof. Could you tell the Commission about your experience of the night of the fire?
Ungalitshela iCommission ngalokho okwakwehlela ngosuku lomlilo?
Ngosuku lomlilo kwaba ne load shedding ngo-6
On the day of the fire, there was load shedding at 6.
and ngahlala ngilinda ukuthi mhlawumbe ugesi uzobuya because kunezinto akumele ngizenze ugesi mawubuya.
I waited for a while for the power supply to return because I had a few things to do when load shedding ended.
And until around 12 lapho engaze ngalala khona ugesi ungakabuyi.
Then I waited until around 12, went to bed because the power supply was not restored yet.
Kwathi before nje kushaya u-1 ngezwa kukhala ama-class building.
Around 1, I had shattering glasses in the building.
Ngathi mangivuka ngangitshela ukuthi omunye usisi uhlala eminyangweni opposite nowami, normally umuntu ophuzayo and then abangumsindi passage, so mangivuka ngitshela ukuthi uyena, only to find out ukuthi that day bengasiyena. Mangivula umnyango kwakunentuthu emnyama inelangabi.
As would normally be the case, I thought it was the lady who lived opposite my door because she used to drink and she would sometimes cause commotion, so I thought it was her. But when I opened the door, there was black smoke along with flames that were in the passage at the time.
At that very same moment, ngavala umnyango, ngazikhiyela ngaphakathi, I locked umnyango.
At the same time, I went back inside and locked myself inside.
Fortunately, ke bekune window uma stand ayekade eliphulile ama-glass. On our side, lapha first floor, onke ama-window had baklakas. So, one of my windows uma stand wayekade ephula ama-baklakas months before.
Fortunately, in one of the windows in my room had butler guards that were broken by the landlord because the first floor that we occupied had butler guards in the windows, but this one window, the landlord had removed them a few months prior to that.
Ngazama ukuphuma ngewindi and ngamanage ukuthi ngithathe ifoni kuphela ngangifakile ke iduku nje emzimbeni. And then mangiphuma ngajumpela ebalcony.
I only managed to grab my phone as I left with nothing except for a duke that I had on and managed to jump onto the balcony.
Mengise balcony ngawalk ukuthi ngiyojumpela lapha reception bekunothayela lapha phezulu ngizama ukuthi ngijumpele khona because wona bekulula ukuthi mase ngibona ngiphumele phansi, but ke phakathi kwalo thayela se reception nala ebalcony yethu bekune space. And then mangizama ukujumpa angikhonanga ukufika lapha ngawela phakathi kulesi space lesi.
Between the balcony and the reception, there's a bit of a gap. So my idea was that I would jump onto the side of the reception because it had corrugated iron. So if I fell on that, at least I would drop to the floor below. But when I tried to jump, I couldn't reach it. So I fell in between on that space that is between the balcony and the reception area.
Mangewa lapho ngaba unconscious. I don't know for how long, but bengasisi isikhathi eside mangivuka I realized ukuthi bengize ngiwela bekunenkinga la kwi-building and still la ngole khona it's locked. Kunomuntu obedayisa khona ama-veg so wafakela ama-baklakade walokho. So still I'm trapped inside la.
So when excuse me, when I fell onto the floor, I became unconscious. I don't know for how long. It can't have been a long time. But when I came to, I realized that I was still locked in because the space was used by somebody who was selling vegetables and they had locked the area. So I was still trapped. I couldn't get out.
And I managed to ngiphume kuma spaces eButler lapho.
So I managed to squeeze in between the spaces and the butler guards and squeeze out to exit.
Mengiphuma ngaya estrati ngathola ama-security lawa patrol out 24/7 because mangijumpa laphaya ifoni yami yasala kule thayela lo wase-reception so ngagcina ngiphuma ngasayiphathanga.
So when I exited, I found the security guards that are patrolling 24/7 outside. But at the time, I didn't have my phone because on jumping to the floor below, my phone was left on the corrugated iron just above the reception area.
Ngawacela ukuthi angifonise ngafona ke asengacela ukuthi afonele ama-firefighters because abantu abaningi babesengaphakathi. I was one of the people abasheshe baphuma.
So I asked them to help me with the phone and call the fire department because I was one of the few people who were outside, but a lot of people were trapped inside the building.
Kade ngiwa ngalimala. I had injuries. Kwafika paramedics.
When I fell, I got injured, and the paramedics arrived.
Along with the firefighters, bangibheka-ke kwamele ukuthi bengifake kwi-ambulance, and then that time I was scared ngoba kwi-ambulance there were people ebabelimale kakhulu, and ngangisaba ukuba nabo on the same transport.
Oh, they examined me and then arranged to put me in the ambulance, but I was afraid to get into the ambulance because there were other people who were badly injured, so I was afraid, a bit uneasy to go inside with those people.
After lapho bengibheka-ke nami ngibheka iy'hlobo zami ebengihlala nazo nabangani bami, abanye babo ngabatholi.
And in the meantime, I tried to look around looking for my friends and some of their relatives, and I managed to locate some of them.
And one of them angimtholanga.
We couldn't find one of them.
My sister came, wangihambisa endlini yakhe khona ebusuku, and then ekuseni I came back sizobheka lo sisi lo ebesingakamtholi. Usisi ebengisota naye ubehlala on the same floor ubengihlala kuyona.
My sister came and she took me to her house on the same night. The following morning we came back to look for the lady we couldn't find the night before because she lived on the same floor as I was. So we came back looking for her.
Until now, akamtholi.
We haven't found her to this day.
Thank you, Ms. Lala. Would you kindly expand on the injuries that you have sustained during those circumstances of the fire, as well as the adequacy of the assistance that you have received from the ambulance department?
Ungasitshela ngamanxeba owathola mawulimala lapho kanye nokuthi lwalunjani usizo walithola kubantu bama-ambulance uma befika?
Angilimele ekhanda, ngilimele nasemadolweni, ngangakwazi ukuhamba because iqolo lonke lalingasebenzi, angazi ukuthi ngangiwe kanjani phansi.
I had a, sorry.
Ebusuku kushuthi kwakusashisa cause ebusuku masiphuma kumlilo ngangisakhona ukuhamba at the time. Ekuseni mase sibuya nesisi wami siza la sa request Uber. Mangifika ngisakhona ukuhamba, they took me ama-paramedic angifaka kwi-ambulance angisa e-general.
I had a head injury and my knees were also injured. I think because I was still under a bit of adrenaline rush, I could still walk shortly after falling. I don't know how exactly I fell, but on coming back with my sister, we requested Uber to take us back, but when we got to the building, I couldn't walk. And the paramedics arranged to take me to General Hospital.
Mangifika khona bang-examine bathole ukuthi angiphukanga, just nje ngizoba right. But it took me 2 weeks ukuthi ngikhona ukuwalka again.
When I was examined, they found that nothing was broken. It was just injuries, but it took about 2 weeks for me to be able to walk again.
That's all. Thank you, Ms. Lala. Could you also expand on the close deaths that you've experienced as a result of this fire at Usindiso building?
Can you repeat the question, please? Sorry.
May she expand on the close deaths of relatives or even friends that she was staying with at Usindiso building?
Ungathi fahla mhlambe ngihlobo zakho mhlambe nabangani owahlala nabo lapha Usindiso.
Lapha Usindiso bengihlala first floor. So esayidini ebengihlala kulona as bengishilo before ukuthi amawindi wonke banamabhaklakathi. So most people ebengihlala nabo esayidini abakhona ukusurvive, they were trapped lapha emlilweni ngoba by the time nami ngikulo mnyango already bengasekho ukuthi ngingaphuma.
Sorry. On the first floor, as I mentioned, where I lived, all the units there had butler guards. Even at the time when I opened the door, when I noticed the fire, there was no way to escape. So a lot of people who lived on that floor were not able to escape.
There were two sides, like on the first floor, my side. Most of them couldn't escape. And then abanye amawindi wabo abakhona ukuphuma because amawindi abanamabhaklakathi. So most of them bashonile, including usisi lo ebengikhuluma ngaye, of which is ukufika kwakhe lapha eflatini. I'm the one who I'm referring ukuthi ikhona indawo ngapha ngoba nawo benenkinga yerent la bahlala khona.
On my side of the first floor, a lot of people who stayed there because they were butler guards, those people died, including the lady that we were looking for with my sister, who unfortunately had been referred to me to the building to come and live in the building because she was also struggling to pay the rent elsewhere where she stayed before.
Thank you, Ms. Lala. Earlier on, you had stated that you attempted, alongside other people, to rescue other tenants who were trapped within the building. What are your comments as to the efficiency of the Johannesburg Fire Department in dealing with the fire and rescuing the trapped victims?
Ngaphambilini ukhulume ngendaba ukuthi nazama ukuthi nisize abanye abantu kulomlilo kodwa ungathini ngokusebenza kwabantu bomlilo bale Gauteng be Fire Department examine ukusiza abantu ukuthi bakwenza kanjani lo msebenzi?
On my side, I was so disappointed ngabantu bomlilo because basheshe bafoneleka and they came late. Kufika kwabo late, imoto zabo bezinganamanzi. Mhlawumbe okuningi kwangakhona ukuthi kuvimbeke ngesikhathi.
Personally, I was disappointed with the fire department because they were called as soon as calls could be made, but they arrived late, and when they arrived, their trucks didn't have water. Maybe if they had arrived early, something would have been done to save the people.
Thank you, Ms. Lala. Do you have anything else to add on the narrative of the night of the fire?
Kukhona yini okunye ongathanda ukufaka ukugcwalisela kulolu daba ngendaba yalomlilo? No.
Thank you, Ms. Lala. Madam Commissioner, Madam Chair, I shall move to the aftermath of the fire. Ms. Lala, how did the fire that broke at Usindiso building affect your life?
Umlilo lo owaqubuka lapha ebuilding laso Usindiso ukuthinte kanjani ukuphila kwakho?
Ngesikhathi kwenzeka umlilo bengino 2 months nje ngiphelelwe umsebenzi, bengasebenzi at that time. Ukwenza komlilo affected kakhulu ngoba I lost izinto zami laphayana and kungekho nosizo engilitholayo ukuthi ngikhona ukuyi-replace-a. Kwenzeka komlilo. There was a time after umlilo kwenzeka lapho bengakhona ukulala khona most of the days. Ngingenayo umuntu engizokhuluma naye. Kanti months before that bengade ngishonelwe uma wami, so I was going through a lot.
2 months prior to the fire, I had lost my work. So with the fire in the building, I lost everything that I had. And things were very difficult because I lost everything that I had and I didn't have anybody to talk to. Some nights were very difficult. I couldn't sleep because of insomnia. And adding to this trauma is the fact that shortly before then, I had lost my mom in death. So things were just very difficult for me.
Thank you, Ms. Dladla. Could you give us a detailed account of your losses?
Ungasitshela ukuthi kuningi ilizwi ukuthi yini yakulahlekela
Emlilweni.
in the fire?
Indeed so.
Yeah.
So I think it was 2 weeks after the fire. Bavuma ukuthi singene e-building sizo-check impahla yethu. Sangena nge-back door cause i-front babengavumi babethi ku-risky kakhulu. Mangena ngahamba nomngani wami engiphelezela ngiyobheka because kwakunezinto ezazi-valuable engangine-stress ngazi ukuthi uma ngabe ishile ngeke ngikhona ukuyithola. Masi halfway laphaya kwi-floor I noticed ukuthi ngangisaba ukuhamba because izindlu eziningi zazilimele kakhulu kuwe noDonga. Wahamba umngani wami phambili angisaba ngikhala. Wabuya nayo iplastic le nama-documents enganginenkinga kakhulu ngawo. Mangiyongena ngahamba nami mangiyongena endlini. Half of my staffs beyishile. And ukuthi kube khona into recognizable lapha esayidini lami kwi-floor kwaqala endlini yami from next door wami to empompini benginalutho bengeke recognize lutho endlini yami. Kwakusela umbhede ne-couch kuphela kushe ngoba umlilo ukhomba ukuthi wangena ngomnyango. Kwakushe ifriji, kwasha i-TV, kwasha itofu nama-microwave and wardrobe.
2 weeks after the fire, we were allowed in to the building to check if any of our staff was still there. We were allowed to enter through the back door because the front door had been closed. They said it was too risky. A friend of mine accompanied me. A few things of value that were there, I was afraid that I might have lost these ones. But halfway through going in, I noticed that I was still very afraid of going into the building because the walls had fallen, destroyed by the fire. So my friend walked in the front, went into my unit and got this plastic bag that had documents, my documents that were of value that I needed to find. So when I entered, I realized that half the stuff inside was really burned down because the only identifiable space was my space. Everything else from next door all the way to the end of the where the tap is, nothing was recognizable. It was completely charred in the fire. So the only thing that was left that I had was the bed and the couch. The fridge, the TV, the microwave oven had all been consumed by the fire.
Thank you, Ms. Dladla. Have you received any assistance from the government or any philanthropic assistance from anyone else to address these issues of your losses?
Ingabe lukhona usizo olutholile kuhulumeni noma abantu abanikeza usizo ukukusiza ukuthi ukwazi ukubhekana nalesi simo?
Uhulumeni akaza awukho usizo engingathola kuyena. Kulaba abanikezela usizo, i-Red Cross yabhalisa amagama ethu, but ithi izosinikeza imali, kodwa I think bekuyikota yethu kuphela etholile, and bengikulapha abangatholanga lutho, so ngingasho kokuphelela ukuthi alukho usizo engingaluthola.
I haven't received any help from the government side. From the philanthropic side, the Red Cross did come and they registered our names, and they said they were going to provide some money to us for assistance. But I think it's only about a quarter of the people that were affected that got the money, and unfortunately I was among those who never received anything. So I could say I really didn't receive any help.
Thank you, Ms. Dladla. Earlier on, in giving your evidence, you had stated that nights after the fire, you could not sleep and you had some form of traumatic episodes. May you kindly tell the Honorable Commission as to whether you have received assistance to address your psychological illnesses, if I may put it that way?
Ekuqaleni ukhulume ukuthi kunezinsuku la kwakungalaleki khona ngenxa yokuhlukumezeka. So umbuzo ukuthi ingabe likhona yini usizo olutholile ukuze ukwazi ukusizwa mhlambe ngokuthinteka kwengqondo ngenxa yalesi sigameko? No.
Thank you, Ms. Dladla. Ms. Dladla, could you tell the Commission as to where are you staying at the current moment?
Ungatshela iCommission ukuthi njengamanje uhlala kuphi?
Ngihlala eBerea nomngane wami.
I live in Berea with a friend.
Could you tell the Commission as to the conditions or the living conditions thereof at the Berea building that you are referring the Commission to?
Ungatshela iCommission ngezimo nje zempilo lapho kule ndawo yaseBerea ukuthi zinjani?
Berea akukho safe, especially kule ndawo engihlala kuyona. Izinto ezincane ezenzakalayo zisangithusa. Kunokuthi nje isikhathi esiningi kukhala isibhamu. Kwesinye isikhathi if kunezinto eziphukayo ezibreakayo ebusuku ngilele, ngiyaphaphama cabanga ukuthi mhlambe nakhona sekuyasha.
In Berea, it's not safe, especially in the area where I live. I find that even some of the small things that happen still scare me quite a bit. Guns go off time and again, which frightens me a lot. Sometimes even things that break when I'm sleeping, shattering and so on. They scare me so much that I think maybe it's a repeat episode of the fire, the night when the fire broke out in Usindiso.
Thank you, Ms. Dladla. Earlier on in giving your evidence, you had stated that you were inside your room. And obviously one would not expect you to know what caused the fire, but could you comment or give an account to the commission as to what do you think caused the fire?
Uthe qaleni njengoba ulandisa uthe ubuse roomini lakho uma uqaphela ukuthi kunomlilo kuyiqiniso asisho ukuthi uyazi ukuthi umlilo uqale kanjani kodwa ngokwazi kwakho ngombono wakho ungalitshela iCommission ukuthi ucabanga ukuthi yini edala umlilo?
Ekufikeni kwethu kwi-building isikhathi besivulela ukuthi sizobheka impahla yethu. Mangi ngasempompini I noticed ukuthi kwi-floor yethu kwi-corridor ama-tiles ebeshile phansi and kuyongena kwami endlini izindlu zethu laphaya bekuyizindlu esifike zibe nama-main doors ama-rooms wethu and then from i-room laka next door to my room bekuba nomnyango lapho ebilokhu iphuma kanjalo kusho ukuthi indlu yami beyinama-room beyineminyango eyi-3 umnyango uphumela ka next door ngapha nomnyango uphumela komunye next door. Lowo mnyango leyo they were locked besingayisebenzisi besebenzisa ke le main door kuphela. Kufika kwami endlini ibhadla yasendlini yami nomnyango bekushila umnyango nje we-main door bewungekho nebhadla ishe kakhulu. I was expecting ukuthi mhlawumbe ukufika komlilo endlini yami uzongena through umnyango lo uphuma ku next door only to find out ukuthi ungena ngo-main door. Mangibheka ama-tiles ase-passage ashile kwezinye indawo kuwumlotha and awasendlini ngaphakathi awashanga. So ngokucabanga kwami ngathi mangibheka ngabona ngathi khona into etheliwe phansi because e-passage bengenadoti bengananto engathiwe bibiza umlilo ukuthi kuze kushe kanjani ama-tiles.
On returning to the building after the fire, I noticed next to the tap that the floor tiles were burned because our rooms, as she says, our houses had 3 doors. There are the main door that goes into the room, and each neighbor, there's an interlocking door in between that connects the rooms. Those were locked because she thought the fire came through from the neighbors spreading all the way through the units, but it doesn't seem that was the case because the butler door and the main door was completely burned. So it means the fire came in through the main door. She was expecting that it's from next door, but that was not the case. The tiles on the entrance were burned, but the tiles on the inside were not burned. And so her conclusion was that it looked like something had been poured on the floor of the building, from what she could tell, because there was no garbage or anything that had been burned in the passage.
Thank you, Ms. Dladla. Perhaps do you have anything that you would like the Commission to know of whatever happened and what is happening at the current moment?
Kukhona ngathanda ukuthi iCommission likwazi ngokwenzekayo njengamanje. I don't fully understand the question.
Thank you. I would rephrase. My question is that, do you have any other facts that you would like to tell the Commission?
Ingaba khona yini amanye amaphuzu ongathanda uwatshela iCommission?
Regarding umlilo?
Regarding the fire?
Indeed so.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Madam Commissioner, that is it for the examination in chief.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Maponya. Advocate Siminya.
Medlala, we wish to express our deepest sympathy for the trauma you underwent.
Ms. Lala, sifisa ukuzwakalisa nje ukudabuka kwethu nokuzwelana nawe ngalokuhlukumezeka endlule kukhona.
We'll also try to inquire whether in the interim some psychotherapy could be offered to people who underwent this trauma.
Sizozama futhi ukuthola ukuthi kukhona yini ukwelashwa mhlawumbe ngosizo lwezengqondo olunganikezwa abantu ababhekana nalesi simo esinzima.
Regret the loss of acquaintances that you had in the fire.
Siyadabuka ngokuthi walahlekelwa kwashona abantu owajwayelene nabo kulomlilo.
But we have no further questions to you, ma'am.
Kodwa asinayo eminye imibuzo esifisa ukubuza yona.
Mr. Koza.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I've got just 2 questions. Ms. Lala, you've explained that in the floor that you occupied, the first floor, there was no trash in that floor. It was clean because you all took turns to clean your floor. What was the condition of the other floors, from what you know?
Umbuzo nje nginawo Ms. Lala ukuthi njengoba ushilo ukuthi ubuhlala lapha ku first floor uthe bekungekho ukungcola lapha ngoba nanishintshana ukuhlanza indawo. Isimo sasinjani ngalezi zinye itezi zebhilidi?
Fourth floor nayo bekuyifloor ebeclean nabo normally benginokufica becleana ngathi bebethatha ama-10. And then second floor at times ubuyifica clean but most of the time ebisuka ingcolile. I-third floor ngaze ngayithola i-clean. And then i-ground floor angaze ngangena ukuthi ngena ngaphakathi kuyona normally bengibona nje mangidlula but kuma steps la besiphuma khona beclean.
The fourth floor was clean. There were people that were used to clean, probably taking turns like we did on the first floor. The second floor would sometimes be clean, sometimes not. The third floor was never clean at any time. The ground floor, I never entered the ground floor, but looking at the stairs that we use past that area, they were always clean.
Okay, and that when you were cleaning the first floor, where would you put your refuse?
Uma ni clean lapha ku first floor, nani usapudot?
Bekunebhini omkhulu lapha phambi kweflat.
There was a big bin, a rubbish bin next to the flat. Flat to show
Ibhilidi bophansi.
next to the building outside.
Next to the building outside?
Yes.
Do you know what would happen to that bin as it piles up?
Sorry, come again?
Do you know what would happen to that bin, to that rubbish bin as it piles up?
Uyazi ukuthi bakwenzekani wawuphela kulo dodi uma uqala?
Yebo bekufika imoto ya le yadoti izothatha.
The garbage truck would come in and collect it.
The pick it up branded truck?
Yes.
Thank you. And then I note that in your sworn statement, you don't deal with the role of the fire department, but you have since spoken to what exactly was done by the fire department. So I just have one question there. You've said...
Is it a clarifying question, Mr. Koza?
I believe so, Madam Chairperson. You've said you were able to escape through the window, and then you later on tried to jump and fell off, and you were unconscious for quite some time. When you woke up and regained your consciousness, you were trapped and you looked for your way out. Eventually, you were able to escape and you saw security and you called for help. So with all of that traumatic experience you went through, how do you know that the fire department was called timelessly but delayed in arriving at the scene?
Statement sakho wasayinela awukhulumanga lutho ngabe fire department kodwa uthi uma ukhuluma la uthi wakwazi ukuphuma ngefastela wawa waquleka uma uphaphama wasithola ukuthi usavalelekile wazama ukuphuma wathola ama security ngaphandle wacela ukuthi bashaye bacela usizo kuso sonke leso sigameko sokuhlukumezeka wazi ngani ukuthi abumlilo bafika nini?
Ukuthola kwama security ayimile ngemonto emgaqweni ngacela ukuthi angifonise ngiqale ngafonela ihlobo zami sisi wami wafika ke on time thema ngiqeda ukufona ngase ngiyababonisa ukuthi ibuilding iyasha ngicela bafonele icishamlilo bathatha ifoni they were on a call bafona and then after lapho basuka bahamba and then it took isikhathi eside ukuthi abesicishamlilo bafike.
When I exited the building, the security personnel were outside in a car. I asked them to use their phone to call relatives. Among them, I called my sister who came, and I told them that the building was on fire, and I asked them to make a call. They did make a call and left, but after the call, it took quite some time for the fire department to arrive.
Okay, just last question. Who made the call exactly? Is it security or the sister that you spoke to on the phone?
Ubani oshaqunga ngempela aba security noma udadewenu okhuluma naye ucinga?
Udadewethu wayengakafiki kwenziwe icall mina ngifonela udadewethu ngase ngacela ama security ukuthi afone khona lapho.
My sister was not there at the time when I asked the security guards to make the call.
I've got no further questions, but we do reserve our right to apply for cross-examination. Thank you.
Yes, you may do so, Mr. Koza. Ms. Zondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Perhaps to start where Mr. Koza left off, someone else. The security guard who helped you, do you still have contact with him? Do you know their identity and the company that they worked for?
I'm a security guard abakusiza uyabazi ukuthi obani usathintana nabo uyazi ukuthi babesebenzela iphi inkampani?
Angisakhumbuli but kwaba ama security patrol 24/7 number ngemoto nje emgaqweni.
I don't remember, but these were the security staff that were patrolling 24/7 in the area.
Thank you so much. The second question, when you moved from Hillbrow and eventually settled at Usindiso, what other options were available to you in terms of a place to stay?
Uma usuka eHillbrow uyohlala uSindiso, iziphi ezinye indawo ezikhona ongahlala kuzo?
Kulesa sikhathi ngangenawo ama options amaningi because la ngihlala khona behlala sibaningi beku indawo yama beku 4 bedroom sithenga ugesi usebenzisa sonke so kukhona abahlala bebaningi endlini and by the time ugesi bewuhamba fast uthola ukuthi a month esengcina ngikhipha close to 500 kagesi ngapha I'm paying rent. So the only option ebengenayo ukuthi ngimove ngiyohlala endaweni cheap and ngaleso sikhathi bengisebenza ka state bekungekho lula ukuthi futhi ngiyohlala endaweni outside Johannesburg because lapha yabe sibuye sisebenze na later thola ukuthi mangifika kwi building abantu ikhathi bezophuma ebusuku emsebenzini kumele ngibuye ngikhathi santambama.
I didn't have many options when it comes to where I could live. The previous place where I lived was crowded. It was a 4-bedroomed area, but we shared a lot of the utilities. We bought electricity together and so on. So on a regular month, I would be spending close to 500 rand on electricity, and in the meantime, while paying rent. And at the same time, I worked for Stats.
Yes.
And so I couldn't be far away outside Johannesburg because of work.
Thank you, Matlash. And then, before the fire, if you thought of your fears about living in Usindiso, could you just tell us, if you forget the fire completely, what would you be most worried about as a resident of Usindiso?
Uma ucabanga nje izinto osisabayo nje uzicabangayo kodwa uzibeke eceleni kuphi obungakhathazeka kakhulu ngakho ngokuhlala usindiso ngaphambi kokuthi before the fire ngaphambi kokuthi kube nomlilo yini into eyikuhlupha kakhulu ngokuhlala khona?
No, banjwe inkonzi. Most people bebebanjwa lapha around the building.
Being robbed, because a lot of people would be robbed around that building.
Was there anything else?
Khona okunye?
No.
No.
Thank you. And then can you share with the commission the name of the church, the lady that you went to church with, who has not yet been found?
What's this?
Ungasitshela igama lesonto? No, sorry. The lady.
You mentioned that there's a friend that you were looking for on the day after the fire, who you have not found and has not been found to date. Are you able to share the name of that person?
Oh, pardon me. Ukhulume ngomuntu benimfuna ngemva komlilo. Othe ngamtholi kuze kube namhlanje. Ungasitshela igama lakhe?
Busisi Wentuli baziwa ngoMantuli.
Busisi Wentuli.
Yes.
She's Busisi Wentuli. She's known as Mantuli.
Thank you so much for your answers. Those are my questions, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Sondo. Mr. Maponya, I'm sure you'd like to have the statement of Ms. Latla being admitted into evidence as an exhibit.
NRF 17, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Latla, we thank you for having come to give evidence before this commission. We know it was a difficult decision.
Siyabonga Ms. Ladla ngokuzonikeza ubufakazi phambi kwaleli commission siyazi ukuthi bekuyisinqumo esinzima.
You may step down as a witness, ma'am.
Sesiyadedela siyabonga.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the leave of the commission, may we call our third witness of the day, which is Towake Zungu. His witness statement will be found in paragraph 52 to 57 of the Norton Rose bundle.
Advocate Siminya.
Mr. Zungu, give us your full names.
Setowake Zungu.
The evidence you're about to give us, do you swear will be the truth, nothing else but the truth? And if you do, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
Lobufakazi ozosipha bona uyaqinisekisa ukuthi iqiniso lodwa uma ngabe kunjalo ucela uphambisana lathi ukuthi angasekula uthi inkosi ngisize.
Nkosi ngisize. Witness has been sworn in.
Thank you. Mr. Maponya.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Zungu.
Sawubona Baba Zungu.
Yebo.
Madam Chair, I shall follow the same structure and sequence of leading evidence as
Yes.
with others. Yes. Perhaps before I start, Mr. Zungu, do you have any photograph or video that you have in your possession that you want to share with the Commission in leading evidence?
Baba Zungu, ungabe unazo ithombe noma ama-video ongafuna ukuwakhombisa u-commission?
Amavita uba asakusho umlilo noma.
You refer to videos from the fire or?
Indeed so.
Yebo.
Hayi anginawo.
No, he doesn't have.
Or even subsequent to the fire? whether in terms
Mhlambe
of-
ama-video owathatha ngaphambi kokuba umlilo uqale. Unawo?
Anginawo phambi umlilo uqala. Ngine video enye nje isikhulu se Johannesburg City ayikhuluma after kusho umlilo. Echaza nje okunye ezosizakala ngakho makuqhubeka isikhathi ama-victim.
Okay. No, I don't have videos prior or during the fire, but I have a video of one of the, you said from? School.
Johannesburg.
One of the people from the city explaining what will happen after the fire and how people will be helped.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't know if it's wise to stand down and maybe obtain that video evidence so that when we lead his evidence, it can be convenient for us to refer to that particular video. And similarly that it's before lunch, I don't know if it's a
I think you may proceed to lead his evidence until that particular moment comes. Then you can arrange to have that video evidence heard.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Zungu. Mr. Zungu, could you tell the Commission where you are from and what do you do for a living?
Siyabonga Baba Zungu. Sicela utshele commission ukuthi wakuphi nekuthi wenzani ukuziphilisa.
South Africa, kodwa ngisebenza.
Ngakuphi ne-South Africa?
Province.
Yebo.
Ngisuke KZN.
Ngisuka e-KZN, or I'm from KZN, but I'm not working.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu. Mr. Zungu, am I right to say that you are familiar with the purpose of the hearing today and that you have some form of an account to enlighten this Honorable Commission in conducting its work?
Ngabe ngiqinisekisile uma ngingathi uyazi Baba Zungu ukuthi inhloso zalokuhlangana kwanamhlanje kumayelana nani nekuthi uzokwazi ukusincedisa ekuthenini zifike esisombululweni ukuthi kungenzeka kanjani.
Ayi isisombulula angazi singafika kanjani mhlambe ngaba yiyo i-commission engafika isikodwa ukuthi i-commission ihlale ngiyazi ukuthi kuzophenywa ukuthi umlilo waqale kanjani eshelter la Usindiso la sasihlala khona.
Yes, I am aware that we've gathered here so that the commission could make conclusions of how they could be helped, as in pertaining what happened where they were living. But getting to the conclusion exactly, he doesn't know how.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu.
Ngiyabonga Baba Zungu.
Could you tell the Commission as to how did you come about living at Usindiso building and when?
Sicela utshele i-commission ukuthi waqala nini futhi waqala njani ukuthi uhlale e-Usindiso building.
Usindiso building ukufika kwami khona ukuqala nje ukungena kwami Usindiso bekuhlala ubhuti wami 2021 ngicabanga.
If I remember very well, it was 2021 and also in this building, there was my brother living there.
Bengavakashela yena nje from 21 kodwa ukuqala ukumuva in kwami kuyohlala khona. Ngihlale khona ngo-2022.
Okay.
Ibrother yami esithola umsebenzi eThekwini.
Okay, so I used to visit 2021. But I moved in 2022 when my brother had gotten a job elsewhere, in Teguini,
In Durban.
in Durban.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu. Perhaps before moving at Usindiso, where were you living?
Ngaphambi kokuba uqala ukuhlala Usindiso, bowuhlala kuphi?
ngihlala eJeep Men's Hostel.
I used to live in Chipman's Hostel.
Could you describe the living conditions of Usindiso building when you first moved in?
Ungakhona ukusichazela isimo sendawo eUsindiso uma uqala nje ukuhlala khona ukuthi sasinjani?
Leya ndawo leya yona bekuhlala yake ngizosho kanjalo ngoba amanzi bekhona nogesi bukhona noma amanzi athi siwathola nje epipini ke le fire extinguish kodwa ugesi bekuyizinyawanyawa.
Okay. I would say it was a place that we could stay in. We had water and we had electricity. However, the water supply, we used to draw it from the hose pipes, the ones that are normally used to extinguish fire. And then electricity was obtained through the illegal connections. We refer to them as izinyoka-nyoka.
Okunye ke bade ngibona mhlawumbe ngaba inkinga yokuhlala kuleya ndawo abantu bebebaningi and then isikhathi esiningi besebenzisa iroom yodwa kodwa bebaningi.
Another thing that I would regard as a problem was that there were a lot of people, and you would find that a lot of people are sharing just one room.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu.
Siyabonga, Baba Zungu.
Can you kindly tell the Commission as to the safety and security within the Usindiso building?
Siyabonga, Baba Zungu. Ungakhona ukutshena ikomishini mayelana nokuphepha nokuba khona kokugadwa Usindiso building?
Ay ekuphepheni lona ngisho ngathi Usindiso belingaphephile ngoba from egate lokuqala main entrance bekungena security. And then sewuphepha nani?
No, is ukugadwa, security.
Hayi security bingekho so bekungaphephile vele lapha ngoba nane izinga lobugebengu beliphezulu lapha bekube stress kakhulu bekuhlala izingane lapha. So bengiyibuza ukuthi kulobu bugebengu omngaka ngabe izingane zizokhula kanjani kuzokwenzakala ngengane.
Okay. I would say that the building was not safe at all because from the main gate there was no security. There was no security at all, and there used to be children living there. Looking at the conditions, I used to ask myself as of how will these children be raised under these conditions because they were really not conducive.
Could you tell the Commission as to your account of the state of cleanliness within the Usindiso building at the time you were living there?
Uma sibuya ngokuzokuba clean ngonhlanzeko, ungathi bekuhlanzeka kangakanani kulela building laseSundiso?
Engakusho ngokuhlanzeka ngaphakathi emarumini abantu bekuclean because bekade kuhlala abantu akithi ngaphakathi kodwa inkinga ibiqala la kuma passage mawuphuma endlini yakho beke wenze ukuthi mhlawumbe umakhelwane yena akaclean kahle so mhlawumbe sekuyangcola ipassage especially kwamanye namanye amafloor ngoba kuma floor ame njengo1 ngasebechazile abanye mhlawumbe abafuthu nodade bese abanje ngo1 mhlawumbe no2 bekungconywana e1 bekuclean e2 bekungconywana nje kanjalo nase4 e3 bekungekho clean up until the ground floor.
Okay. I would say it wasn't too clean, but obviously in the rooms it was clean because obviously people were living there. But the problem would come on the corridors because you would find that others are cleaning but others are not. Coming into the floors, you would find that the first floor was clean, but the second floor was not so clean, and the third floor, but the fourth floor was clean, going even to the was clean, going to the ground floor as well, which was also not clean.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu. Do you know of any development of the informal shacks that were being erected within the building and in the surrounding areas?
Baba Zungu, ingabe lukhona nolwazi onalo ngokwakhiwa kwemikhukhu kulela bhilidi lela noma ezindaweni ezilizungezile?
Yeah, imkhukhu ibikhona lela bhilidi kakhulu ibiminingi eground floor. Kwamanye ama floor bekungeyona imikhuba kodwa bekudividwe i-room maybe into 2 maybe into 3 ngama-board futhi lama-board adivide ngaphezulu kwamanye ama-floors bungeke kwafanise nale mkhukhu kade iphansi ngoba imkhukhu kade iphansi bekubonakala ukuthi nomunye useyifakela mhlawumbe nokunye ungatholakala mhlawumbe nakho sekubhebhethekisa umlilo njengoba usubhebhetheka imkhukhu kade iphansi ibimningi futhi bingahlanzekanga kunala lamabhodi adehlukanise izindlu moqhubekela phezulu.
Yes, there were shacks. There were shacks that were erected on the ground floor and they were built out of boards. As you go into other floors, the same boards were used to divide a room maybe into 2 or 3 rooms. But those were clean, they were fine. But when it comes to the shacks that are on the ground floor, that's where it was mostly dirty and not so clean. And there were so many because anybody would just come and erect or put the boards through, which could have led into the fire blazing that much.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu. Taking into account what you have just stated about the safety and security in and within the building, do you know of any development of gangs, and what is your comment again on the levels of crime within the building and in the surrounding areas?
Okay. Uma sesibuya ngokuzophepha nokugadeka kulela bhilidi lase Usindiso. Kukhona yini okwaziyo mayelana nobugebengu obabenzeka ebabuholela ekuthenini bese kuba khona amagenge yabona mase amagenge nokuthi futhi kube amagenge kulela bhilidi.
Ubugebengu bebukhona kakhulu ebuilding kakhulu bokunobugebengu nokuthengiswa kwedakamizwa. Engizokusho mhlawumbe ngitshela mhlawumbe noma i-commission izokubona bokunobugebengu mhlawumbe akuphelanga isikhathi eside kuzosho umlilo kunomuntu oyethutshulwe ngaphakathi khona lapha eflethi.
Okay. I would say that there was a lot of criminal activities going on. There were a lot of criminals there. There was a lot of crime in that place. And there were gangs, of course. And some were even selling drugs. I would even bring forth to the commission that just prior to the fire, there was a person who was actually shot and killed inside that building.
Nawo nakho ukuthengiswa kwedakamizwa bekuningi nje noma ngeke ngisho beyithengiswa bani kodwa bengibona ukuthi kunokuqhamba amaphoyisa bekhona ababamba ukuthi mangiyabuza amaphoyisa babophela abantu kukhuluma ngazi idakamizwa ukuthi bafuna ama drugs so nakho ukuthengiswa ama drugs ngicabanga bekwenza nakho kube ne crime khona lapho.
Okay, I would say like there was a lot of drug dealings going on in there because oftentimes police would come and arrest people. When I ask around why are these people being arrested, they would state that it's due to the fact that they are selling drugs or they are dealing with drugs. So I would say drug dealing was one of the issues that contributed to the crime that was going on in there.
Yeah, ngama lapho.
I can pause there for now.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu. Could you tell the commission if ever you have experienced personally criminal activities against you?
Oh, siyabonga babuzungu. Ungasho mhlambe ku commission ukuthi ukile yini wahlangabezeka nokuthi wena ugebengwe wena noma kube nento? No, I've never experienced any.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu. Now, during your stay at the Usindiso building and given the account that you have just laid down for the commission, have you interacted with the City of Johannesburg officials in any form or kind to address these issues?
Siyabonga babuzungu. Ungabe mhlambe kwake kwenzeka kwekuthi mhlambe ngaphambi koba kube khona umlilo uke ube nengqoqothizeni nezikhulu zase eGoli mayelana nenkinga kade nihlangabezana nazo uma nisahlala lapha kulela building?
Hayi ekuxhumana nekhulu angaze ngixhumane mhlawumbe into adenza ukuthi ngingaxhumana ukuthi phela ngisanda kufikelela belita kudala ngifikile so izinto enjalo mhlawumbe ngekhulu abantu asewukudala behlele kuleyo ndawo nabantu abanjenge committee if belikhona ngazi ngoba kungabe isikhathi eside ngifike.
I hadn't been in that building living in that building that long to the extent that I could have interacted with any of the officials. And I assume that such activities could have happened with maybe committees that could have been there. I'm not even sure if there was any, but I personally never interacted with anybody.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu. Mr. Zungu, do you know of any attempt by the City of Johannesburg or anyone else in addressing these living conditions that you found yourself in at Usindiso building?
Siyabonga babazungu, kukhona yini mhlambe okwaziyo noma umuntu omaziyo oqhamuka kwenye indawo ngaphandle kwezikhulu zaseGoli ezikile zaba nokuzama ukuthi zingisize ukuxazulula inkinga kade ninazo noma ukuxazulula isimo kade niphila ngaphansi kwaso lapha eSindiso?
Ya bake basho into enjalo ukuthi kwafika abanikazi ikhulu zala eJohannesburg City bezotshena abantu ukuthi leli flat kufanele ukuthi livalwe. Babezokwenza nje notice ukuthi leli flat anytime kufanele ukuthi livalwe. Kodwa abazange bekhuluma ngokwesimo senhlalo esingaphakathi, angizange ngizwe bakhuluma nje ukuthi kufanele leli flat livalwe. Liyakholwa izinto enjalo.
Okay. Yes, I once heard that officials from the city of Johannesburg came into the building, but they were just there to issue a notice that this building will be closed. They didn't mention anything about the living conditions or as of how could they be sorted out, but they just mentioned that at some point in time this flat had to be shut down.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu. You just give an account that there was a notice given that the building might be shut down. Could you tell the Commission if ever there was an attempt for a literal closing of the business by the city or anyone else?
Siyabonga babazungu, njengoba usuqhazile ukuthi beza bazofaka le notice yokuthi leli building lingahle livalwe. Kwase kuba khona inimizamo vele eyenzakalayo ekuthenini leli building livalwe? No.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu. Madam Chair, I shall move to the events of the night of the fire.
Yes, I think this would be an appropriate time to adjourn for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1:45. 1:45.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sesiyahamba siyanjena. Kodwa ngikona ukuthi
Mr. Zungu, you are reminded that you are still under your former oath.
Babu Zungu uyakhunjuzwa ukuthi usengaphansi kokufuma kwakho.
Mr. Maponya?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, before our lunch adjournment, we had stated that we shall lead evidence about the night of the fire. And
Yes.
experiences. We shall proceed in that fashion. Madam
Okay.
Chair. Thank you, Mr. Zungu. Could you tell the Commission about your experiences with regards to the night of the fire?
Siyabonga Babu Zungu. Sicela utshele iCommission ukuthi ngobusuku lapho kwakusha khona umlilo kwenzakalani wabonani.
Ngosuku lokusha umlilo ngangisheshe ngalala ngoba wawungekho ugesi njengoba kade bekusho wena abanye abafika befika. Wawungekho ugesi so lokho kwangenza ukuthi ngisheshe ngilala ngalala isikhathi engingajwayele ukulala ngaso.
On the night of the fire, I went to bed early because there was no electricity, as other brothers had mentioned. So that made me go to bed early.
Ngalala nje kodwa kuthe ngingakabi late kakhulu ngoba lapho ngangabi isikhathi eside ngilalile. Kwanokho abanye abafowethu beze endlini futhi ngakhuluma nabo basheshe bahamba ngabuyela ngalala futhi.
Oh, so like I mentioned, it was early, so I slept early, but still it was in that, just after going into bed, other brothers knocked at the door. They came to me, we spoke briefly, and they left, and I still went back to bed.
Ay ngilale ngempela ngilale. Kodwa ngangizange ngize ngisibheke isikhathi kodwa nje nami ngezona ama voice ukuthi umlilo kuyasha. Kodwa ngokujwayela ngoba kwakade eminya ngicatha mhlawumbe 2 days back kwakade kube nomlilo nyana kwenye ingane yashiya ikhandlela kwenye indle khona 3 kodwa lo khandlela lisake lishisa into eningi ngoba lashisa nje indwangu yana phansi lapho nginamathele embedeni kodwa seshe sabona sekuphuma intuthu agijima niyabhakade ngawucisha lo mlilo wawuclose nje khona lapha ngasemndlini. So ngokujwayela kwami uma bethi kuyasha umlilo engqondo lami kwabuye ukuthi mhlawumbe kusha amanye amaroom abanye abantu and angikwazi ukuthi ngavele ngivuke nje nalomlilo lo ungawazi unjani ngavele
Okay. So I don't remember what was the time exactly, but I remember hearing voices saying fire, fire, fire. I woke up, but then I thought maybe it's not something major because 2 days before there was an incident whereby in one of the rooms in that 3rd floor there was fire. They said a child used a candle which lit one of the garments in there. I personally went there to put down that fire using a blanket. So when they shouted again on this day that fire, fire, I thought that perhaps it's fire in one of other rooms. It's nothing major. So I just stayed in bed.
Ay beqhubeka vele kuthiwa kuyasha. Into yangivusa ke nami kwase ukuthi manje sengiyezwa ngoba ngase ngibhekile vele lapho kodwa nje ngisezwe umthongo futhi safuna ukungibamba. Kodwa ngathi mase ngizwa nami endlini ngaphakathi ngezwe ukuthi engathi manje sekunesmoke esibhedayo ngathi sekunentuthu ngaphakathi kwenzakalani. Ilapho khona ngagxima fast embedeni ngihamba ngovula iwindow iwindi lami libheke ngapha ngasemaxhoseni.
Okay. So as I stayed in bed, I was awake by that time. But the noises or the voices carried on saying fire, fire, fire. And in that time, I started smelling some smoke. Then I was like, oh, perhaps something major is actually happening or there was actual fire. Then that's when I checked through my window because my window is facing emaxhoseni.
Mangibheka iwindi into engahlangabezana nami mangifaka ikhanda ewindini ngibheka la phansi ngabona amalanga bomlilo esesuka e1 ehamba kanje ewindini ezongena ewindini lase2 umlilo wakho ujumpa ngamawindi kakhulu.
Okay. So as I looked through the window, my window, I noticed that there were flames going through the windows from the 1st floor going on to the 2nd floor because the fire, what was happening, it was just going through window from floor to floor.
Ay kulapho khona nami ngibonile ukuthi ngoba phela ngase ngizwa ngaphakathi bekutheni nje segcwele intuthu nje nami ngisakhona kahle ukuphefumula. Azikho izinto engingayithatha ngathatha nje into yokugqoka ngathatha ijacket ngathatha namaphaca ephansi ngaphuma.
By that time, I could tell that this was serious. So I didn't take many things. I just put clothes on and I put on a jacket and some flip-flops and then I got out.
Ya ngoba inyanga kwakhiwa inkinga ngaba nayo ngoba ngathi mase ngithukile sengibona lo mlilo lo ngadideka ngathi ukhohle ngathi ukushiye ngubeke phela endlini yami bengalokho ngechain kodwa ilokho ilengele ngaphakathi.
Oh, when I had this and after seeing the fire, when I was about to leave, I was just a bit confused as of where the key was because how I used to lock my lock, I would put a chain and then using the padlock. So for a moment, I couldn't see or know where the key was.
Ayingize ngothole ukhiye ngiphuthume eminyango ngifike ngivuka kodwa ngingavula eminyango ngisafuna lokhiye ngangizwe ukuthi kunabantu abadlulayo la eminyango bagijima baningi babaleka nje badlula phambi komnyango wami umnyango wami use ubhekile so ipassage ku passage mabedlula badlula phambi kwasemnyango.
Okay, so before finding the key, I could tell that there was a lot of movement happening outside. People were moving. I could hear their footsteps, some running, like making noises like grrr, grrr. So I could tell there was a lot of movement because my door is just by the passage. So I could really hear them running. And then I found my key and opened.
Kula ngiphume khona kodwa into eyangisiza kakhulu ukuthi nami ngisheshe ngibona direction mhlawumbe ngangisindisa ukuthi iyo abulabani labo ngale direction begijima beya ngakiyo nami ngathi mangiphume endlini ngajona lo direction. Lo direction ibiya kuma steps la singajwayela ngiphuma khona ibingayi ngaku main gate la sijwayela ukuphuma khona.
So what really helped me was the fact that when I got out of the door, I just joined the crew that was running. That as they were running, that direction was leading into steps that were not the ones that we usually used. They were not on the side of the main gate that we used to use to enter the building. But now it was other steps. So I just joined them and then we got out.
But before ngizohamba ngale direction ngaqalaza ngapho ukuthi awu ingani beza ngapho bengayile.
But before joining them, I checked to assess the situation as of why are they taking this direction, not the usual direction.
Ngama ngibheka ngapha ngabona sekumnyama khona kodwa ngilibona ngayi khona ilanga manje ngaphandle ngabona nje intuthu khona sekugcwele intuthu vele manje ukuthi akusayeki le direction esi1 sekuyilo yokuya le.
So when I looked on the other side that we usually use, it was just dark. It was a lot of smoke all over the place and it wasn't easy for people and for us to go through. Hence they were taking this other direction.
Ayingihambeke sesifuna sephuma ngani ngama step mangifika lapha kuma steps ngoba ukufika kwami ngifike vele sekunabantu abaningi abami kuma steps into engixaka ukuthi bameleni kuma steps ngoba phela kufanele ngabe lapha bavula le gate kune gate sema steps akwehlisela phansi before uzokwehla ama steps shone phansi kune gate leya gate leya bekungekudala aqale ukuthi ikhiyo ngoba ngeke ngachaza commission ukuthi before kuzoshela umlilo ke walimala umuntu lapha wadutshula umuntu engadutshula kiyo le flow engihlala kiyo so leya gate khona lapha sizama indlela ukuthi neyayivalwe le gate ngoba abantu abalimazela umuntu asimazi bazi baphuma ngapha kodwa baphuma main gate kodwa baphuma ngapha so ake sibe ne direction eyodwa mhlawumbe sizobona abantu baphuma ngapha kwavalwa le gate le ngapha ngasema stepsini so mangiphuma mina ngeke lawa abantu bafice bemile nje ama stepsini kungaphumeki ngayibuza kodwa yini bameleni ngapha lafa ngasebevulile baphumile.
Okay, but getting there, what puzzled me was the fact that the people were just standing by that gate. They were not going down. They were supposed to be out by then, but they were still standing there. There was a gate that was there, but it hadn't been long before it started being locked because it was locked. It getting to be locked was due to the fact that prior to the event of the fire, there was a person who was shot in that floor that I used to live in. And it wasn't known as of which direction those people escaped through, whether this direction or that direction. So having to close that door now and lock it, it was because they wanted to monitor and channel people to use just one direction to get out of the building. But when I got there, people were just standing in that gate and not getting out, and that shocked me.
Mangifika ngifike ngibuza ukuthi inkinga inkuku ngaphela kuyasha kuphunywa ngani. Ngithola ukuthi kulokhiwe lapho ukhiyela ulokhekile awuvuleki abantu bamile.
So when I got there, I asked, why aren't you guys getting out of here? And I found out that it was locked. There's a padlock hanging there and nobody can open it.
Ngesikhathi bemile kanjalo kwase ukhona nase besondela ngasemawindi naseduze ukuthi bafuna ukujumpa manje. Ngoba sebengenalo ithemba mhlawumbe lokhu uzovuleka olomlilo mhlawumbe uzofika kibo ungavuleki lokhu yena.
So in that moment, other people were now trying to get to close by windows so that they could jump, because now they didn't know if the fire would catch up with them before they could actually get out, or actually before the lock could be opened. So they were trying to find other means.
Angifike nami kilo key ngoba ngazama ukuphusha abantu ngifike kilo key mangubheka lo key lo mina ngabona ngazi ukuthi mhlawumbe into engabonakali ukhiye ukuvula ngoba ngavela ngamemeza lo ophathe ikey zeflow esilala kuye le gate le ngamemeza ukuthi manje uphi ukhiye wathi ukhiye ngibanikezile ngathi bangavezela abantu lo ngawufaka awangangena kodwa manje mangathi ngiyobheka lo key ngithola ukuthi baphulela isikhiye ngaphakathi kule local kusho ukuthi kule group yokuqala ehambe leyofuna isikhiye kulo phathe isikhiye ivule lapha seyithukile mangathi uyavula wathi asiphendula isikhiye safe saphukela phakathi lapha elokhini.
Okay. So while in the midst of all that, I tried to page through to get to see the lock. When I got to it, I then shouted the person who normally has, to whom we keep the key. And then I asked for the key. He said, I've already given the people the key. And then they gave the key to him. But when he got the key and tried to open, he realized that the first group, or the people who attempted to open the lock, they'd actually broken one key inside. So there's a piece of a key that's already in there, which prevents now putting another key in there.
Kulapha kusize khona ngoba nami kodwa ngakuzwa ukuthi sivulile ukuthi bekubelokhu beuzama lapha kusize khona ukuthi ngisheshe ngibone ukuthi kuphukela ukhiye phakathi ngoba ngavela ngacela isando kulo ophatha ukhiye ukuthi noma unesando endlela ngoba indlela ithe ukuqhela kancane gedeni indlela seduze le yakhe ngathwala simnika lento ukuthi ephatha isikhiye ngoba useduzane ne gate. So mangitshena mangibona into ukhiye kuphukile ngavela ngatshela ngithi gijima endlini yakho ulanda isando khona ngizokwazi ngiphulele ukhiye kuphumela abantu la.
Okay, so upon realizing that, I then asked this guy to give me a hammer because his house is just, or his room is just by the gate. That's why actually the one keeping the keys with. So I asked him to give me the hammer so that I could just break the lock so that people could be free and go out.
Ayina ngempela washeshisa kwangilethela isando angishaya ngafuka ningasha nje kanye lokhi wavela wavuleka savula igate kodwa ke sibona ukuthi basibaningi kakhulu ngemumva kwami angiba ngisakwazi ngisheshe ngiphume phakathi kwami ngizolimala ngavela ama steps kufanele mawehla futhi lapho uyibheka kwakulobungozi khona lapho.
Okay.
So mama ngivula igate ngeke ngabalinda abantu bephume then ngalandela nami masibephumile ukuthi ngisheshe siyahle sishone phansi.
Okay, so this guy rushed and got the hammer. After breaking the lock, the gate got opened and people went out. But I couldn't really rush because it was already crowded. So I let people go out and then I found my way out as well. So we all went out.
Emva kwalokho ke sehla ama steps kodwa makwangiphatha masifika phansi kunabantu abaningi kakhulu abantu abesimama babekhala ngokuthi cela nesize ngishiya ingane yami ngaphakathi khona lapha emlilweni abanye bekhala ucela nesize ngishiya umuntu wamelele khona lapha ngaphakathi. So masifika phansi sesaba confused sizokwenza kanjani omunye nje umfowethu esagcina sihamba naye kizo zonke lezi ndawo esihambe sibekwa kizo ke sikade kushela naye omunye wathi mayefika phansi ucela simsize ushiya ingane zakhe ezimbili ezilokhelile endlini ngicela simphuthumise ngaphezulu endlini ushiya ingane zakhe kodwa sasinaye phansi.
Okay. So what broke my heart upon getting on the floor or on the ground is that a lot of people, mostly women, were mentioning that they've left their children in there. Some were mentioning that they've left their significant others. Even the guy whom I was with and had been placed in different places with mentioned that he has locked 2 of his children in there. Can we help him get those people out?
Ayikusho manje sekudideke ingqondo nje nathi masifika lapha wanami ngangakabikho right kahle ngoba mawusuka la ngihlala khona kufanele ukuthi udlule ama floor awu3 kuyimawufika ku ground. So lama floor lawo mawadlula uhamba ukhishwa ile ntuthu le kodwa ngenhlanhla ke la owehla khona ngithi so sekunomoya ngaphandle sokungasekho ngaphakathi. So mawungena kule passage le floor kuba nzima ukuthi uyidlule apha until ungene lama steps lawa nomoya phinde futhi uzongena kwenye ipassage ye floor kuba nzima futhi nawo ukuthi uyidlule. So ngiye ngadlula intuthu kayi2 ezinzima mangifika phansi vele umoya wami nami kusufuna ukuyokuphela.
But by that time I was not okay because I had been through some thick smokes. What was happening was the fact that as you move from one floor to another, even though the way was almost outside, you could get fresh air from the outside, but you would still be exposed when you pass the passage. You would still be exposed to some thick smoke that you obviously inhale. So I had inhaled some of that smoke as I passed through, and I had passed 2 levels whereby this smoke was really thin and I had inhaled it. So while down there, I could feel in my chest that I was really not in a good state.
So ngazama ukuthi mhlambe ngimlandele ukumsiza kodwa ngizange ngize ngiphelele ndawo ngoba ngizange ngisabuyela ngaphakathi. Bangena nabanye okwaba futhi ubuhlungu emva kwalokho ukuthi laba bangena ngaphakathi abanye nabanye ngibazi ababange besabuye. Bangena besathi nje basawulanda izingane zabo abanye bangena bolanda izinto zakhe kanjalo kodwa khona bangazange bebuye labo bantu abasasiphumile nabo.
Okay. The unfortunate part was that I couldn't really help much because I didn't go back into the building. And some that had gotten into the building, they could not make it. Some they'd go there to get their children, some would go there to get some of their possessions, but they failed to make it out alive.
Ay sasuka ke la sesiphumele khona ngajikela ngale mangijikela ngale ngaphambili kwe-flat opposite flat ngaku-Delvas kulapho khona sibone khona abantu beyiphonsa abanye bememeza kakhulu mangizophuma mina ngizojika ngapha ngaku-Delvas ngikhonile ukuthi ngizwe ukuthi abantu abaningi abamemezayo ngathi baku-ground floor ngoba ubuza ukuthi bamemeza ukuthi baphakathi manje ngajika ngaze ngawumangale sasaqala sabona laba baze beyiphosa phezulu beyiphonsa bazama nabantu ukuthi bebeka matras la phansi at least mawusuka ku3 noma usuka ku4 kanjalo ufike uwele kumatras ungaweli phansi kodwa ke abazange bekwazi bethatha iposition yomuntu mazogxuma phezulu ngoba uzogxuma phezulu ungabe umatras la kweje umuntu uzowela la kanti mhlawumbe uzowela ngaphambi komatras or emva komatras so abantu abaningi babevele bethole ukulimala abanye bedlule emhlabeni abanye bebeke injadi.
Okay. So I then moved to the other side that was opposite Denvas. As I moved to that side, I noticed that a lot of shouting and a lot of noises that were coming from the ground floor. And then that's where I also realized that people on that side were attempting to jump from our windows from the different levels. The people that were already outside tried to put mattresses onto which these people could fall on. Unfortunately, with mattresses, you can never really calculate as of where exactly are these people gonna land. Some could land before or after the mattress, not actually on the mattress. But some, as they landed, they got injured. Some actually passed on, but some survived.
Esazama ke lapho ngoba mina ngifuna ukugama ngifona yami yasala ngaphakathi. Ngangakwazi ukuthi mhlawumbe mangiphuma ngaphandle ngingafonela abosizo lokuqala njengecishamlilo. So into eyenzeka ngathi mangiphuma ngaphandle nami ngatshena abanye mhlawumbe nje basenamafoni esandleni ukuthi zamani nifonele icishamlilo ngoba nalapho mangiphuma zayengakafiki.
Okay. So when I got out, I actually left my phone inside. I didn't have a phone with me. So I tried to talk to other people, asking them to call the fire department because I didn't have a phone. And by that time, the fire people had not arrived. So we needed to make calls.
Yeah, kulapho khona nje kwase kunesiphithiphithi sekukhalwa abanye sebefuna izihlobo zabo abanye sebefuna abantu abade behlala nabo sekunesiphithiphithi nje nami ngesimo sokuthi angingacount isikhathi futhi ngangingaboni ukuthi mhlambe sengangahambi zonke indawo at the same time nami ngangithola ngibe ngihlale phansi ngiphumula kancane ngoba ngisahishekile kodwa ukuhamba kwesikhathi khona lapho ngabona ukuthi sekufikile ama firefighter.
Okay. It was then that there was just a lot of movements happening. People were trying to find their relatives, their friends, and I as well wasn't able to be in all places at once. But wherever that I was, I sat down, tried to find some air because I was actually blocked. I had inhaled a lot of smoke. I wasn't really okay. That was then that the fire department got there. But I wasn't sure what time it was because I wasn't checking. I didn't have anywhere I could check the time.
Kodwa owangimangaza nje ngoba abaqale noma ngasakhona ukucounta ama truck ukuthi ayimanga kodwa lama firefighter eqala afika abakwazanga ukuthi efesane nomlilo ecisha umlilo ngoba bafike bama saze sina sababuza yabona ukuthi manje kanti nimelini isimo sasejeni phela abantu abakunezinto mhlawumbe bafanele bezenze becisha umlilo basentha amanzi awenele sacisha umlilo mkhulu kakhulu.
But what also puzzled me was the fact that when these people, the fire department people got there, they stood there. They didn't put down the fire. We had even approached them and asked, why are you guys standing still? They said they don't have enough water to put down the fire because the fire was really huge.
Kwaba kanjalo ngicela ukuthi ngingama lapho mhlambe ke ngaqhubeka phambili ukuthi ngoba kunezinto ezenza amaqoda mhlambe usukwini lomlilo ngingama lapho.
Concerning the day of the fire, I think I can go that far.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu. Mr. Zungu, did you sustain any injuries as a
As-
result of the fire?
Siyabonga babzungu. Kukhona yini ukulimala owaba nako owabangelwa umlilo?
Ukulimala kubangabekho kodwa kwaba khona ukuhisheka nje okuningi ngoba kahle ngumuntu obuye ebe nenkinga yesifuba. So khona lapho since kwaba nje nokuthi ngilokhu ngiphathwa yisifuba namanje lokhu siyangiphatha.
Okay. Not really physical injury, but I inhaled a lot of smoke, which still affects me to this day. I don't have my chest is actually affected, and I actually had a problem before, but now it got worse because every now and then I still feel not fine on my chest.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu. Did you experience any deaths or injuries of any other person that you were living with at Usindiso building?
Babuzungu, ingabe kukhona oshonelwe umuntu oshonelwe yena kade uhlala naye Usindiso?
Baningi abantu ade ngibazi abangani bami abantu abadala nje besiphila nabo efletini besizana nabo so baningi nje futhi.
Yeah, a lot of, yes, it's a lot of people, my friends and elderly people that we used to stay with, people that I had relationships with, so there are many.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu. If maybe you can recall as to the specifics as who and their names, if you are comfortable with sharing of that information.
Siyabonga babuzungu. Kodwa mhlambe ungakhona yini ukukhumbula mhlambe amagama abo and futhi uyakhuleka yini ukuthi ungabuye usitshene wona lawo magama labo bantu?
Mhlambe ngoba amagama abantu mhlambe mangaqale ngithole permission kibo mhlambe ngakwazi ukukhuluma amagama kodwa nje baningi ngoba abanye sihamba nabo futhi abanye abalahlekelwa futhi asihamba nabo kuyele commission lapho sihamba nabo.
Ngicela uphinde.
Ngithi ngaqale ngithole kibo mhlambe imvumo ukuthi ngikhuluma ngisho amagama abo la kodwa bakhona even nakulabo sihamba nabo esathenda nabo le commission bakhona balahlekelwa bakhona ade ngihlala nawo bakhona sesifa yeah.
Okay. I would first have to get permission from them because some of them are actually here and still undergoing what I'm going through with the commission right now, or giving their evidences and experiences to the commission right now. So it's a bit difficult for me to just put their names out there. I'd have to talk to them first, get their permission.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu. You had stated that you had left your phone in your room as the events of the fire were unfolding, and that you could not attempt to call the fire department or anyone for assistance. Could you tell the commission if ever a call to the fire department was made in order to assist with the fire?
Could you please repeat that?
My question is, Mr. Zungu, you had stated before that you had left the phone in your room and you could not promptly call the fire department for assistance. So I'm asking if ever the call was made in your presence or you had made a call with any alternative.
Okay. Babzungu, ushilo ukuthi ifoni yakho kade ushiye ngaphakathi endlini. So akwazanga ukuthi ufone ngeyakhe ifoni. Kodwa ke ungasichazela ukuthi uma kwenziwa kufonwa kushayelwa ucingo kubizwa abantu abazocisha umlilo kade ukhona yini noma nguwe owacela ifoni kwabanye abantu wabafonela?
Hayi ngeke ngiqamba manga ngizange ngimbone wamfonela futhi nami ngizange ngikhona ukumfonela kodwa nami ngomunye ngakhuluma ukuthi akufonelwe icisha umlilo.
I don't want to lie. I didn't call anybody or I didn't attempt to call the fire department. However, I'm one of those who suggested that the fire department should be contacted. But as of who exactly made the call, I do not know.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu. Surely you've had evidence of the previous witnesses and you had account of your fellow brothers and sisters who were living in the building. So, be that as it may, what is your comments or what are your comments in terms of the efficiency of the Johannesburg Fire Department in dealing with the fire and rescuing some of your fellow tenants?
Okay. Njengoba usubuzwile ubufakazi obuthulwe ngabanye osisi nabo bhuti kade unabo uleliability ngalelanga lisha. Ungaphawula uthini mayelana nokwenzakala kwabantu abaqisha laba abaqisha umlilo? Ungathini nje, ungaphawula uthini ngokwenzeka kwakho?
Hayi mina engingakusho ngayicisha umlilo. Kukodwa bangiyazi ukuthi umsebenzi into enzima nensiza kusebenza futhi into enzima ukuthi itholakale yonke mhlambe in numbers. Kodwa engingakusho kibo ukuthi mhlambe le group eyafika ekugcineni if yafika kuqala abasikhuluma le number yedumbe engakazi abantu ezashona ezizaziyo nesingazazi. Nanokuthi labantu abafika ekuqaleni bafika bengenazi into zokucisha umlilo njengoba nje sengeke ngasho. Igroup eyafika ekugcineni mina igroup engayibona ngathi isebenza kakhulu ngoba nanokuthi bengene bekhipha abantu labo bokuqala bazange bekwazi ukungena bekhipha abantu, kodwa le group le yafika ekugcineni iye ifake nalezi zinto ze-oxygen, iye ikhona nokuthi ngendlela engibuka ngayo ngathi engathi fully trained kakhulu ngalowo msebenzi loyo yabona. Kodwa nje engingakusho ngabo ukuthi kusilimazile ukuthi idolobha lingabi nazi insiza kusebenza ngendlela eyanele ngoba mhlawumbe kubantu insiza kusebenza ngendlela eyanele mhlawumbe ngabe sikhuluma ukuthi.
Okay. What I can say is that if only the second group from the fire department got there first, we wouldn't be talking about this large number of deaths, because they came across as well-trained firefighters. They came prepared in terms of what is it that they're there to do. It's like they knew their job. They came in even wearing these masks that are connected to oxygen. They were the one who got into the building and tried to pull out people. They were the ones who actually helped way better or way more than the group that got there first. Even though we understand that some of the things that we need in terms of executing certain jobs are not, or work are not really readily available. But I could say that the second group was the group that worked really hard. So, yeah, that's what I can say.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu. For clarity purposes, you had stated before and you have referred in your oral evidence that there is an informal settlement by the name of Emma Xhosini. Can you kindly explain where is Emma Xhosini for purpose of the record and clarity?
Okay. Babzung, ugile wakhuluma ngendaba yokuthi kunemikhukhu ekuthiwa kusemaXhoseni. Ingabe ingakuphi leyo mikhukhu leyo beyingakuphi?
EmaXhoseni ngapha le strat lesi itrat noma ngasekhumbula hle itrat mhlambe sengekhohli kodwa ingapha ngaka left hand side ya le flat lashe eMaXhoseni ungaka left if ubheke ngapha ngase west ubheke le ingapha ngaka left.
So when you are facing the west direction from the building of Usindiso, the EmaXhoseni informal settlement was on the left when facing the west direction.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu. Madam Chair, we shall now move to the aftermath of
Yes.
the fire.
Would this be an appropriate time for you to prompt yourself for the video clipping?
Indeed so, Madam Chair.
Abantu bazolana semzini one nation one guys one sakala ngizoyiposta egroupini leza ayikho one abantu awu mata buwan endlini la kuhlala khona abantwana buwan. Bukani, nje bukani. Sendlini ngapha amanzi. Bukani. Amanzi wonke la ngiwathintayo amanzi. Cela amanzi bukani. Reposte grupini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would take it that, Mr. Zungu, you are familiar with the video.
Babzung, ngabe uyayazi le video?
Yabo ngiyayazi.
Could you tell the Commission as to who was taking the video and when?
Ngicela utshele iCommission ukuthi ubani kade thatha le video futhi wayithathwa nini.
Impela mathupha ngiyithatha endaweni engihlala kuyo eDenver, kuseDenver lapho kodwa uyithatha kwami ngiyithathe kulezi imvula esisuka kizo lezi ezinkulu. Lesingakonje. Ngisengikhohliwe.
Yes, it is me personally who took this video, and it is at Denver, where we are currently staying. I took the video a couple of weeks ago when we were experiencing the rains, the heavy rains that we were having. I'm just not sure when exactly it was.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu. Is this the current residential area that you stay in?
Ingabe kula uhlala khona manje la?
Yebo.
Yes.
What would be your comments as to the conditions, the living conditions thereof at Denver?
Ungaphawula uthini nje nesimo sokuhlala lapha eDenver la nikhona khona manje?
Mhlawumbe ungabambezela isikhathi ngoba kuningi engakuchaza ngeDenver kodwa ungabambezela isikhathi mhlawumbe ngisho nje ukuthi akuyona indawo engahlala abantu leyana, akuyona indawo eright for abantu. Enethina masuka lapha azange sacabanga ukuthi njengabantu mhlawumbe babuye kuhlukumeze nokungasi singathatha siwe endaweni enjengaleyo. So nje ungabambezela isikhathi akuyona indawo engahlala abantu leya.
Just to save time, there's a lot that I can say, but just to save time, I wouldn't say it's an appropriate place for people to live there, more especially people who have experienced what we went through. It is really not a conducive place for people to stay there.
Well, Mr. Zungu, time is of the essence and we do understand, but your information and the facts are more important in terms of assisting the Commission in coming up with a report. So may you kindly just elaborate as to the conditions that you are living at Denver.
Okay. Babzung, sikhathi sona sibalekile ke Pascal ukusibeka eceleni okwamanje. Sicela umane uthi ukunamba uchasele nje kabanzana ukuthi sinjani vele kahle kahle isimo la nihlala khona manje.
Lapha eDenver okokuqala nje thina sisuka osindisweni behlala osindisweni building, and then manje satshena ukuthi kwafika ngeke ngize ngimusho ngegama mhlawumbe kodwa omunye wa Department of Disaster Management ewafika wasitshena sili eWembley la sasibekwe khona kwesikhashana. Wafika wasichazela ukuthi sizobheka abantu abangawutholanga u4,000 from ku-Red Cross. Labo bantu abangawutholanga u4,000 bazothola umkhukhu. Abantu abangatholanga umkhukhu abathola u4,000 bazohamba no4,000 abeyoqasha.
Okay. So we were told by an official from the disaster management that they would take care of the people who had not gotten 4,000 from Red Cross. So those people that had not gotten that money will be taken to Denver, where there was those shacks. But then the people who had gotten the 4,000 rands will go on and look for their place to live in.
Ngiyaxolisa le mkhukhu akashongo ukuthi umkhukhu wathi ama container.
Or just to clarify, he didn't say in shacks or informal settlement, but he said in containers.
Kwaze kwashaya isikhathi sokuthi ke manje sesiyasondela isikhathi sokuthi sisuswe sesiwe ke lama container la. Kwafika omunye usisi futhi naye mhlawumbe ngeke ngize ngimusho kodwa se department human settlement. Wasitshena ukuthi wafika straight lapho eWembley behlala khona. Wasibuza ukuthi sibangaki samnikeza inamba yabantu esihlala.
Okay. Just before we could be taken into these containers, another lady from the Human Settlement Department came and asked how many we were.
Simnikeza inamba and then esitshena ukuthi njengoba ebuza le number le uzosisusa la sesishayile isikhathi izindlu zethu seziright washo nje kanjalo oba naye ngiyacatha wayesaba ukuthi imkhulu.
So this, we gave her the number of people, and then she then said to us, the time has come, our houses were ready, so we were gonna be taken from Weber to this place. But he said houses because perhaps he was scared to mention that it was actually shacks, not houses.
Esamcela ngoba nathi sasikade sicabanga mhlawumbe ukuthi ngesimo sezinye zezinto abasitshene zona engenzeki. So sicela ukuthi mhlawumbe singavele sithi siyaphuma nento zethu siyalapha kulezo zindlu ayishona. Sicela mhlawumbe ke sinikeze noma one day ukuthi soyibona lezo zindlu akhuluma ngazo. Sibone singakhona ukuhlala kizo. If siyakhona ukuhlala kizo bese simtshena silande impahla zethu eWembley. Ngoba nakhona eWembley noma isimo sasinzima hlala khona kodwa sasibuka ngathi mhlawumbe kungcono if ngaba kuhlalekile futhi besizeka abanye ngoba sekhona abalimele khona lapha eWembley. So sabuta asiyoyibona le ndawo if le ndawo esinelisi kuseyiyo futhi mhlawumbe le ndawo lesi engasingakhona ukuhlala kiyo sizobuya size la kwala mhlawumbe kungcono kancane noma nakhona isimo sakhona lasingahambisani kahle.
Okay.
Empilo yethu.
So we asked this lady to go view the place first, just to assess as of how it was compared to Wembley where we were staying. Because due to empty premises that we often get, we were not sure if the situation or the conditions of where we were to move into were better than where we were at. So we asked for a day to go check there, because even here at Wembley, there were still people there who were injured, who were still in not so good conditions. So we wanted to ascertain ourselves first if that place was good enough.
Ay ngenhlanhla wasinika leyo chance leyo siyobona lelo suku lolo. Esithumela ibhasi, izibhasi izosithatha siyobona. Sigibele ke noma abanye abengekho ke bematohoyini abanye ngoba khona betohoza. Ngokukhona futhi mhlawumbe nabaye basalimele kusuku lakhe lesibhedlela bengiyakhumbula nje omunye ubhuti esahlala naye kwakusuku lakhe lothe esibhedlela eyo check ikhanda wayeshiya ikhanda lonke leli ngoba wayephuma emlilweni ngekhanda waphuma umlilo usungaphambili so wangena ekhanda washa zonke inwele kwaze washa nesikhumba. So lo muntu loyo kwakuyisikhathi sokuyilanga lothe esibhedlela ngalo suku lo samchazela futhi ne asiphelele kodwa sicela ukuhamba siyobona mhlawumbe laba abanye sesiyoba ihlo labo ukuthi nasibe sibatshena ukuthi le ndawo siyibone nje.
Okay. So, of course, she listened to us, and fortunately, she provided a bus for us. So the bus came, we got into it, even though it was not all of us, because some were still injured, they couldn't make it there. Some, they had gone to work because some, they were still having their jobs. Some were going to the hospital. I remember there's one particular guy who, it was his day to go to the hospital because he was bent the whole head. Even the skin on the skull was bent. Actually, when he was trying to escape the fire, he had actually had to go through the fire. So his head was bent, so he couldn't make it. But the rest of us who were available, we got into the bus and we went to view the place, and we got to actually assess for the people who were not there as well.
Sixwa nje masehle ebhasini thawu ngoba sasitshe mhlawumbe masehle dlamene sizobona dlamene lo zindlu mayingaqedwe ngoba wasitshenthe eminye imkhukhu isiphelele eminye saqhubeka iyakhanda. Samangala nemasehle hawu izindlu ekukhulunywa ngazo lezi sibona nje ukuthi imkhukhu akuzona izindlu. Ukuthi manje sinayo sekubude ebuduze nathi akusekho mhlawumbe singakhuluma sithini nawo seqhelaqhelile. Singasakhona ukubuza lutho kwakuthi nakhona sekukhona futhi nobuholi base Denver ngoba sasisuka la eGoli edrobheni siya eDenver. So mawusuka eGoli edrobheni sekunabanye abantu ekufanele ufike uze umthetho wabo le eDenver. Sekunabanye abafike bekuphethe le. So mayesefika lapho uzana nawo wayekithi ngoba uzosichazela ukuthi leanda uzoyiname after induna yasehostela because usaba ukuthi mhlambe if engasibeka nje njengabantu ababuya lapho usindisweni bengahlukumeza abantu basehostela. So wathi usisi lo esihambisile ukuthi ngeke eze kwazi ukuthi esibeke nje ngcono esibeke bese igama lendawo eliname after igama lenduna yaseDenver ukuze mhlambe kuzoba nokuhlathana okuhle.
Okay. So when we got there, when we approached there, getting out of the bus, we were a bit disappointed because we were expecting to see actual houses and see some houses that were still under construction, but we just saw shacks and we were disappointed as of, oh, this is the place that we are being taken into. And getting there, we found leaders, new leaders, because now we were moving into another place. Each and every place has their own leaders. So getting there, there's new leadership, new rules and all that. But then this lady tried this lady then said she can actually name the place where we will be staying in after one of the, I'd say, chief from Usindiso, just so we could feel a bit safe because we were scared that we might actually be abused or not really welcomed nicely.
Ya nangampela wakwenza ke lokho ngoba manje namanje le ndawo ibizwa ngegama lomuntu wakwenza ke lokho. Kodwa ke okuthanda ukuthi kusixwayise futhi masesisilapha ukuthi manje bese kukhona ubuholi nje baseDenver sebuzositshena ukuthi buyasemukela. Sathanda ukuxwaya lapho uthi awu manje ingani kanti mhlambe bengasakhona ukuthi kube khona mhlawumbe negovernment izokhona ukutshela abantu ukuthi hayi labantu bamukela abantu abanje abasuka ngaphansi kwalesimo phela umuntu uyamukela nje noma isigebengu noma ubani ngamukela mhlawumbe bafuna bechaze ngathi ukuthi labantu nethi niyamukela abantu abangaphansi kwalesimo abenzekele lenkinga le.
Okay. Indeed, she did name the place after that person because as of now it is named after that person. But what disappointed us was the fact that when we got there, we were only welcomed by the leaders from Denver. There was no representative from government. So we were a bit not comfortable with that because we wouldn't know if that person was a genuine person or actually a criminal or what. So we were a bit not comfortable with that.
Noma babekhona ngoba kukhona omunye ubhuti wayekhona futhi wayesuke housing kodwa bona inkulumo nalo leyahlelo lomhlangano base bethathe balinikezela iDenver ngoba vele phela sekuseDenver la futhi sekufanele kube iDenver sitshena ukuthi fanele siphile kanjani ukuqhubeka ukuya phambili.
Even though there was a guy from the housing department, but they didn't actually do the proper introduction as of, these are the people who are coming from this building, they'd undergone this and this and this. But they actually put everything on the shoulders of the people from Denver, or rather the leaders from Denver, to carry on with the proceedings.
Kodwa kwenzeka kanjalo kwaze kwashaya usuku lokuthi cha sesibonile sekufanele phela masibatsheni sibone kanjani then sibuyele emuva nesimo sokuthi wayengasekho around eduze wethu lo sisi lo esilethile kwakhosta manje ukuthi singene ebhasini sesizomfonela simtshene mhlambe lezi ndawo zisiphathe kanjani singene ebhasini sibuyele emuva la sasihlala khona after sebesitshene sesiqedile into esizoyenza lapha.
Okay. So after being addressed and assessing the situation of that place, we now had to tell her, how do we find the place? But unfortunately, she was no longer with us, so we had to call her. So we got into the bus and went back.
Emva kwalokho sifike ke leni ngesimo sokuthi sasesibona vele ukuthi la sekukabili yabo sekungenzeka ukuthi sithi lemkhukhule asikho right ngayo sigcine sihleli mhlambe futhi khona lapha na kule yandawo le ngoba le yandawo bekuyindawo athi sithanda ukuthi sisheshe sisuke ngokuyindawo abeyenzile for abantu mhlawumbe abuya egqilazweni into njengama drugs ngoba le yandawo lana behlala abantu abebekiwe kwesikhashana bosuswa besiwe esanka kuselokhu it's a rehab. So leyana bekuyi waiting nje indawo yokuma ukuthi uphinde ubhukhele imoto ukuthi uyele esanka. So basicelela indawo khona lapha kuleyo ndawo leyo ukuthi nathi ahlala kwesikhashana. So imithetho yalapha ibinzima kakhulu. So sabuka ukuthi kahle leyamkhukhu mhlambe ingaba nokuthi ibe ngcono kunale ndawo le. Kusho ukuthi ngoba sebesivezele imkhukhu akusekho kunye kuvezwe government uveze only imkhukhu. So masithini imkhukhu ayisinelisi noma siyifuna. Should obviously vuma ukuthi sifanele sibuyele sihlale khona la and ukuthi sizohlala la until nini sekula singazi khona phela isikhathi sithenjiswe sona sizokhishwa ngaso yiso lesi abasinika ngaso imkhukhu.
even though we were not happy with the shacks, we resorted in taking the offer because it was a two-way thing after that. The time to be relocated had come because we were placed at Sanka as a waiting place. Sanka is a place where drug addicts actually wait before they are taken to rehab. So they had squeezed us in there to wait. So we were just waiting there. And there were harsh rules or hard rules in that place. So we figured that if we reject these shacks, it might mean that we now have to stay here at Sanka, yet it wasn't comfortable to stay there. So we resorted in taking or accepting these shacks because the shacks came at the time that they had said they would provide us houses. So instead of getting houses, they gave us these shacks. So basically the time for us to be relocated had come. So we resorted in taking those shacks or accepting those shacks.
Mr. Maponya,
Yes, Madam Chair.
I have patiently listened to this
Indeed so,
line of
Madam Chair.
examination. I want to know how is this relevant to the mandate of the commission, taking into account that we've got to investigate the circumstances surrounding the fire
Indeed so.
and to make findings as to what caused the fire and who must be held responsible for the fire.
Indeed so, Madam Chair. Well, the evidence that has been led, even by other witnesses, is relevant to an extent that it shows a pattern by the city, by the government, but I don't want to argue those facts, Madam Chair, but it's just to show a pattern of care and a pattern of negligence that may be attributed to either the city or the government. But I've heard the concerns with the issues of time and prolonging of
And
this
the
evidence.
relevance.
And the relevance.
Issue of relevance.
Indeed, so I shall move on
Yes.
to other questions, Madam
Yes,
Chair. With
you
your
may
leave.
do so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps just to close on this line of questioning, could you kindly comment on whether you have access to electricity and sanitation facilities at Denver?
Singacela mhlawumbe uphawule ukuthi eDenver ninawo yini gesi, amanzi, mhlawumbe izindlu zangasese nje into enjalo.
Asina gesi, asina manzi, asina drainage system, amanzi ayahamba nje ukubona lapha evidweni. Kunezulu every day makunezulu ufanele kwazi ukuthi umuntu oseDenver fanele asukume ngenyawo. And every day makunezulu ufanele kwazi ingane esikoleni ekseni kungakabili uthi and mhlambe sizokhumbula khona kwakunile ngelangazela ekhona sasibancane ngalelo langa akuthi besibancane kwasibancane abantu babeselele belungisa okunye kubamoshakalele so akuna ingqalazinda nje lapha yikho ama toilet akhona kodwa ama toilet lawa aqashisa amahara.
It's not really a good condition there. We don't have electricity, we don't have water, we also don't have a drainage system. As you've seen from the video, whenever it rains, water just stands still. And you know that as a person living in Denver, the entire time I have to stand up because there's water everywhere. Children end up missing school. Even the day when we had to come to court, we all couldn't come here because some had to stay and manage the situation back there because it had rained. So that's the situation. It's really not good.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu. Surely you have heard the concerns that Madam Chair has raised with regards to this evidence, but perhaps just to close on this aspect, am I right to say that before going to Denver, you were placed at Hoffland Park? Am I right?
Ngenxa yesikhathi no Madam Commissioner ashilo ngakho ngabe ngiqinisekile ukuthi ngaphambi kokuba niye eDenver ningile nahlala eOffland.
Sihlale eOffland sasuke eOffland kwathiwa ne abantu abesilisa baseMzansi abama victim abahambe bohlala eWembley Stadium.
Okay. Yes, we stayed in Offland, and then they said South African citizens who are male, they should go stay at the stadium Wembley.
Sasuke eWembley kula khona ke kufike khona lo sisi lo wase settlement wazosilanda sesiya eDenver. Sisuke eBest Valley to Wembley to Denver.
Okay, so that, like, yes, so from Wembley, we then went to Denver. That's when the lady from Human Settlement, I think, came to then take us to Denver. So basically, we went from Besval to Wembley, Wembley to Denver.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu. And lastly, may you kindly comment on who placed you at these facilities and comment on the conditions, just a quick wrap up on the conditions of Offland.
Ukungathi nje ungaphuthuphuma usho ukuthi ubani onibekile kulezi ndawo zonke ngokuhlukahlukana ngafishane nje
ngisho ngegama
ngingegama ya.
Oh, uZanele from Department of Human Settlement. Zanele sibonga ngesikhumbulo kodwa nationality yakho umXhosa, ukhuluma isiXhosa.
Oh, it's Zanele from the Department of Human Resettlement. I do not know her surname, but she's Xhosa. Her accent is Xhosa, so perhaps she's Xhosa.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu. What losses have you suffered as a result of the fire?
Siyabonga kakhulu babuzungu yini nje ukulahlekelwa nakho ube nakho ngemva kwakho konke lokho noma kubangele yikho konke lokho.
Akusangatholakala kuningi owangilahlekela kodwa kubuhlungu kakhulu nje lokho ngeke sakwazi ukuthola nje emphefumulo wabantu ade beseduze kwami nabade ngibazi nezinye izingane nje ade siphila nazo lapha efletini engasekho emhlabeni. So ngathi nje mfowethu ngilahlekelwa kakhulu ngikulahlekelwa emphefumulo wabantu ade ngibazi. Nokunye kwangilahlekela njengezinto zami ama document ami izinto zami eziningi angizange ngiphume nalutho endlini njengoba ade ngike ngasho.
I'd say it's a lot, but what mainly affects me, it's the loss of brothers and sisters, friends and relatives, children that I used to live with, that I knew from that building, and some documents that were lost in the fire. As I mentioned, that I couldn't really take anything with me when escaping.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu. Could you tell the Commission if ever you have received any form of assistance?
Siyabonga babuzungu. Ungayitshela iCommissioner ukuthi mhlambe kukhona yini ukusizakala noma ukuncedakala thize oke wakuthola?
Usizo ngalithola ukuqala nje eBesval. eBesval kwafika eGift of the Givers abantu bokuqala baze basinika usizo. Basinika nabo usizo kanje ngematrasi, ipontshi nokudla kanjalo namanye kahlukahlukene ama NGOs bathi ngama NGOs. And then kakhulu futhi mhlawumbe umuntu engathanda ukuthi ngisho nawe ukuthi kwasiza kakhulu uNajela no Andy nade besondela kakhulu nabanye ngeke ngibabale bonke basiza nosizo ngiyathola ngisizo ukuthola ku Red Cross libe yi4,000 ngathola usizo.
Okay, so while I was in Besval, yes, I did receive some assistance. Red Cross came, Gift of the Givers. They gave us mattresses and they gave us some food parcels. And also I received 4,000 rand from Red Cross. And another person that I can mention who has helped quite a lot, it's Nigel and Andy, they've helped, and other NGOs. But yeah, that's the kind of help that I've received.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu. Do you have anything that you could enlighten the Commission with?
Okay. Siyabonga kakhulu babuzungu. Ikhona enye into ongafisa ukuyindlulisa la Commission? Yebo. Yes.
Engafuna ukudlulisa nje ukuthi mhlambe ngizwela ubuhlungu kakhulu ngoba labo bonke labantu labo engikhuluma ngabo ukuthi sasuswa from eShetha sisiwe ko Besval sisiwe kuphi kakhulu njengalabo futhi ade sinabo sihlala nabo ngaphathi Usindisweni. Abancane bawo banikezwe leyamkhukhu nakhona ngeke simene is right kodwa esibaningi lehlala lapha asikwazanga usithola indawo zokuhlala. Abanye abaningi njengami nje ngiyitholile kodwa noma ngangenelisi kodwa abanye abaningi abayitholanga kanjalo ufuna ku Red Cross abaningi abazayo bathola usizo from Red Cross bakhona abancane abalutholile.
Okay, so really what doesn't sit well with me is the fact that most of the victims from Usindiso, the people that survived that fire, haven't really received much help. Even though some people like me got in some shacks, even though they're not satisfactory, but we've received something, some haven't received anything at all.
Kakhulu futhi nalabo sasinabo le Wembley engihlala nabo ngempela endlini ngoba mayizo silanda lo sisilo wathi ucela abantu abawu-8 kuphela because imikhukhu esi-right siphelile kusele 8 so wathatha only 8 washiya abanye abafaithful le Wembley ukuthi namanje lokubehleli khona eWembley lapho kule waiting center eSankha lokungani.
And also, the brothers that I was living with, at Wembley, they are still at Wembley because when this lady came, she only took 8 because the shacks that were ready could only be enough for those people. So the people that we left at Wembley, they are still there as we speak, haven't received any help.
Is that all, Mr. Zungu?
Yes, I am.
Nabilo Kabonke.
Madam
Yes, that's
Chair.
all.
Madam Chair, that's all for examination in chief.
Thank you, Mr. Maponya. Mr. Muloto?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Commissioner. Thank you for your evidence, Mr. Zungu. Just one question from my end to clarify some of the evidence that you've given, specifically in relation to paragraph 12 thereof.
Asiyabonga kakhulu Baba Zungu mayelana nebufakazi bakho obushilo. Ngicela umane usixoxele kancane nje mayelana nokubhalwe ku paragraph 12.
It's with reference, you refer there to a councillor to whom some of the challenges that you experienced were reported. The question for you is, firstly, the evidence before the commission suggests that a councillor was responsible for constructing the shacks on the ground floor and was collecting rental. Is there anything that you know about that kind of evidence? And
Okay.
if so, please comment.
Okay. Ngicela uthatha umbuzo wami uthi ngokusho kwalobufakazi obuthuliwe la kuthi kukhona ikhansela elasiza o elalinceda noma ekungilona lalibheke ukwakhiwa kwalemikhukhu eyayakhiwe laphana lapha ku ground floor futhi elalithatha irent.
Mhlambe manga ngisiza ngibhalile lapho ukuthi akusukimi lo kodwa sikuzwe mase siqala sibamba ama meeting ngokuhlukahlukana ukuthi khona umunye ozena le point ukuthi yena ubuye ngazi ukuthi icancel le ayifakele yamkhukhu ngicela mhlambe na ku statement ngazama ukuchaza kahle lokho ukuthi hayi ukuthi ngikhulume ne cancel but ngihambe ngakuzwa angikwazi ukufihla ngoba nami kwangiphatha kabi ukuthi mabe one of the leader engayenza kanjani defana naleyo.
Okay. To clarify, I did even mention, I tried to clarify earlier that these ain't exactly what I heard or what I know. I didn't have a direct interaction with the councillor, but it's rumors that I had as we were holding meetings every now and then. Somebody brought forth this point that it's a councillor who did this, and I mentioned it even though I wasn't 100% sure knowing if it indeed happened, because it's something that was also troubling me as of how can an official allow such a thing.
Okay, I'm just not sure if I follow the answer. And maybe let me rephrase the question to simplify your response. Other people who came before the commission.
Okay. Ukwenza nje ukuthi mhlawumbe impendulo yakho ithi ukucaciseleka kancane. Ngizophinde ngibuza umbuzo. Abanye abantu abakile beza la kule commission.
Not you. They testified that a councillor constructed those shacks and was the landlord collecting rental. My question was, do you or do you not know anything about that?
Okay. Labantu abakile beza la kule commission. Bafike basho bashilo bathi ikhansela eyakha lemikhukhu futhi beyikoleka rent. So umbuzo wami oqondile kuwena uthi uyazi yini noma awazi noma kukhona inokwazi ngayelana nale ndaba le.
Njengoba sengichazile ngenze ngoba ade ngikhona nami bekhuluma lonto la ecourt. So angithatheli emva kwaleyo nkulumo yabo la ecourt. Ngikhuluma ngamithi yasabamba before bezokhuluma la ecourt. Udabona njengalelo ngike ngaluzwa. Kodwa ngilizwa ngeke angikhuluma necouncil lonto uye rent or ngambona. But izinto ade lokhu izivela kuma point esiwathola ama meeting mase after isigameko this.
Oh, okay. It's this is something that I have had prior to coming to the court. It's pointers that would come as we were holding meetings back where we were staying. People often mentioned that there was a councillor, there was a landlord who was collecting money. But as of who it was exactly, I do not know.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zuma. There are no more further questions for this.
Thank you,
witness.
Mr. Muloto. Mr. Koza.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. I have one question. At paragraph 27 of your sworn statement, Mr. Zungu. In that part, you say it took about an hour and a half or maybe 2 hours for any help to arrive. It was only then that the firefighters, ambulances, and JMPD and policemen came. So, you've testified that you lost your phone during the fire. When you came down, you did not have a phone. You've also testified that you did not make any phone calls and did not see anyone make a phone call. So my question to you is, how then do you get to 1 hour and a half or maybe 2 hours? How do you arrive at that conclusion?
Okay. Nginombuzo kodwa babzo. Uthe kanti ungenayo ifone cishe kulahlekele emlilweni. Futhi uthe ngokuphuma awukaze waze washaya uqingo noma wabona umuntu eshaya uqingo eshayela abecishamlilo. So umbuzo wami uthi ukhona ukubala njani ke kodwa ukuthi baze bafika ngemva kwe-hour noma i-hour and a half noma 2 hours sebafonele.
Ngicela mhlawumbe uyabona mfowethu laphana kunelokhu ngani kuno 1.5 hour maybe to 2 hours. Kusho ukuthi estimation ngendlela esikhathi engiround engaso la ngabona amalokhu ngana ama icishamlilo yabo. So that's why I think mhlawumbe isikhathi singalapho ngeke ukuthi from 1 hour to 2 hours if both bhekile uzosho ukuthi it's 5 past 1 or it's half past 1. So into wangithi nje it's maybe 1 hour and a half to 2 hours. The estimation then that ngicabanga ukuthi isikhathi ngispendile lokhu ngingababoni mhlambe ngenze kuleso sikhathi leso.
Okay. It's an estimation. Like I said, I didn't have a phone to check the time to be precise as of it was 5 past or half past. But judging from the time that I spent going around the building, seeing events and all that, I could approximately tell that it did take 1.5 to 2. That is why it's 1.5 to 2, because it's an approximation, not an exact time.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu. Madam Chair, we've got no further questions at this point in time. However, we reserve our right to apply for cross-examination.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Koza. Ms. Zondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. We have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Maponya.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Do you wish the witness statement of Mr. Zungu to be admitted as an exhibit before this commission?
Indeed so, Madam Chair.
Yes, it will be
As
exhibit what number?
NRF 18.
And what about the video clip?
We wish same, Madam
What
Chair.
exhibit number would you attach to it?
It will be 18.1.
Point 1. Thank you, Mr. Zungu, for coming to give evidence before this commission.
Siyabonga babuzungu ukuthi uze uzothola ubufakazi kule commission.
Nami ngiyabonga.
You may step down as a witness.
Sinehla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Zungu was our third witness.
Yes.
With leave of the commission, we shall call upon our fourth and last witness of the day, which is Ms. Zoliwe Peje. Ms. Zoliwe Peje's statement will be found in the Norton Rose bundle from page 58 to page 60.
Advocate Muloto.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, Madam Commissioner. Ms. Zoliwe Pecha, are those your full names?
Zoliwe Theodora Page.
Thank you. Do you have any objection in taking the oath?
Ingabe, Xolo, ingabe unenkinga yini yokuthatha isifungo?
Ayanayo.
No, not at all.
Okay. Do you then swear that the evidence that you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Ingabe uyafunga ukuthi ubufakazi ozobunikeza la uyiqiniso elimsulwa futhi uma kunjalo sicela uphakamise isandla sakho sokudla uthi inkosi ngisiza.
Inkosi ngisiza.
Thank you. The witness has been sworn in, Chairperson.
Thank you, Advocate Muloto. Mr. Maponya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we shall follow the same structure, but now with caution, as Madam Chair has raised concerns with the line of questioning that we were embarking on
Yes.
on the previous witness. So thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Zoliwe Pecha. Could you tell the Commission as to where are you from and what do you do for a living?
Ungatshela iCommission ukuthi usuka kuphi nokuthi yini oyenzayo ukuze uziphilise.
Ndibuya e-Eastern Cape. Alice.
I'm from Alice in the Eastern Cape.
And what do you do for a living?
Yini oziphilisa ngayo?
Ngiziphilisa ngamatorho.
I have part-time jobs here and there.
Thank you, Mr. Pecha. Ms. Pecha, apologies. Am I right to say that you are familiar with the purpose of today's hearing and that you have certain information to share with the Commission in order to assist this Commission in conducting its mandate?
Ngizobe ngiqinisile yini uma ngithi ujwayelena nalokho okwenzeka la nokuthi uzosiza iCommission ukuthi likwazi ukufeza umsebenzi walo?
Ngiyasiza iCommission.
Yes, I'll help the Commission.
Thank you, Ms. Pecha. Could you tell the Commission as to how did you come about living at Usindiso building and when?
Ungatshela yini iCommission ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani ukuthi uyohlala osindisweni nokuthi waqala nini ukuhlala khona?
Esindisweni bengiqale ukuya kwichomi yami sibuya sonke ekhaya ibihlala kusakho uPastor J. I-manager ye-building. Ndimane ndimvisithela ehlala e-shelter. Kuthe ngo-2019 phakathi enyangeni ngoba bendinesimo esibucayi ngendaba ukuthi i-rent bendihlala endivalelwa la ngihlala khona. Umngani wami athi hayi uPastor J akasekho sibona abantu bayangena akusekho umuntu akusekho security. Why ungazibhekela i-room nawe uhlale nabantwana uyekuhlupheka i-rent? Ndabona kulixesha eli-right ke namelo ngoba akusekho umuntu ophethe. Ndaqala ngo-2019 makuzophela inyanga January February.
I have a friend from back home that I used to visit at that time, and the caretaker at the time was Pastor J. So I would come and visit my friend from back home who lived in the building. And because it got difficult to pay rent at some point in 2019, the friend said to me, come and check the situation. Perhaps you could find a place to stay there because Pastor J is no longer there and people are moving into the building, so maybe you might also find some place to stay.
Thank you, Mr. Becher. Am I right to say that Usindiso building was known to you to be a shelter?
Ngiqinisile yini mangithi wena ngokwazi kwakho Usindiso ibhilidi leso Usindiso lali shelter?
Yep.
Yes.
Maybe perhaps can you elaborate on what do you mean when you say it was a shelter?
Ungathu uchaza kabanzi ukuthi usho ukuthini mawuthi kwakuyi shelter?
Uqala kwami uyazi bengiyazi ukuthi Usindiso building was a safe place for women nabantwana abahlukumezekileyo bekuhlala abafazi nabantwana. And ma uya khona uyasayina ukuthi uzobona bani nexesha lelo bekhona Pastor J.
When I got to know about Usindiso, I knew it as a safe place, as a place of safety rather, for women and children. And whenever one would visit, they would have to sign in when Pastor J was still in charge of the place.
Thank you, Mr. Becher. Could you describe the conditions of the Usindiso building when you first moved in?
Ungachaza ukuthi zazinjani izimo zalaphaya Usindisweni uma uqala ukuhlala khona?
Fika kwami ndifike amanzi bengekho. Kusetshenziswa amanzi e-fire extinguisher. Ama-toilet ebekhona but nawo engaflash kufuneka uhambe nebhaketi lamanzi. Igate ibingasakhiwa i-security but bekuhlaleka ngala xesha ndanifika ngalo.
When I first arrived, there was no water in the building and people used water from the fire hydrant, I suppose. She said fire extinguisher. The toilets were there, but they were not flushing, and people would use, you'd have to take the bucket in order to flush the toilets. The gate was there, but it was never locked at the time when I moved in.
Thank you, Mr. Becher. At which floor were you staying in, and what was the state of the safety and security within the building?
Isiphi isitezo ohlala kuso kwakuvikeleke kuphephe kangakanani khona?
Bengihlala third floor bengavikelekanga.
I was in the third floor, there was no security.
And what was the state of cleanliness?
Izinga lenhlanzeko lalinjani lapha?
Kwakungcolile kakhulu.
It was very dirty.
Specifically, how did you access facilities of electricity within the building?
Ugesi nanothola kanjani kule bhilidi?
Ufika kwami ndafika kunentambo ezihlanganisiwe ukulayita so ukuthi mawungena iroom lakho alinagesi funeka uthenga intambo ufika abantu bafuna imali ba connect izinyoka.
When I first arrived, there were cables that were connected, illegal connections, I will put it that way, because when you arrived and your room didn't have electricity or lighting, you would buy cables and somebody is nyoga, they would come in and assist to do the connections and then you would pay them.
Thank you, Ms. Becher. Do you know of any development of informal shacks within or in and around the Usindiso building?
Ingabe uyazi ngokwakhiwa kwemkhukhu ngaphakathi ebhilidini laseSindisweni noma endaweni ezungezile?
Imikhukhu yona ikhona.
Yes, the shacks were there.
Thank you, Ms. Becher. Given the circumstances that you have just alluded to the commission, was there any attempt by yourself or any other person that you know in addressing these living conditions at Usindiso building?
Uma sibheka lokho sokushilo manje ngabe ikhona yini imizamo wena wayenza noma yenziwa omunye umuntu yokulungisa izimo kule ndawo?
Besinobamba ama-meeting singabahlali senzela ukuthi ama-gate ahlale ekhiwe.
We would have meetings as tenants to ensure that the gates remain locked.
Thank you for that. During your stay at the Usindiso building, have you interacted with the city of Johannesburg, or has the city of Johannesburg made any attempt to address these living conditions?
Ngesikhathi uhlala lapha ngabe wake waxhumana nesiphathimandla ze-City of Johannesburg noma zona zenza umzamo wokuthi zikwazi ukulungisa izimo enanihlala kuzona?
Hayi.
No.
Madam Chair, I shall now move to the night of the fire.
Yes.
And thank you for that, Ms. Beche. Could you describe your experience that you have encountered during the night of the fire at Usindiso building?
Siyabonga ngalokho Ms. Beche. Ungasichazela yini ngalokho owakubona kwenzeka noma kwakwehlela ngosuku lomlilo?
Ngosuku lomlilo kwakungenagesi ngaqala lapho. So ndalala 8 noma ngabo past 9 before 10.
There was no electricity on the night of the fire, so I went to bed early between 9 and 10.
So ngabo ma past 1 ngive boyfriend yami engivakashela ingivusa zozo kuyatsha tithi mina kuyatsha bevula iwindow kungena ismoke ngaphakathi eroomini ngijampe embedeni nami ngivule elinye iside le window kwakunama window ayi2 ismoke singene ngaphakathi mangibheka phansi ngamalanga abomlilo.
Around just after 1 a.m. in the morning, my boyfriend who was visiting me at the time woke me up and said, Zozo, there's a fire. And when he opened the windows, smoke just came in. And when she looked out, there was fire, rather, not fire per se, but blaze everywhere.
Sanxiba impahla.
We dressed up,
Sazama uphuma.
tried to exit.
Xa sivula umnyango wepassage gcwele intuthu.
When we opened the door, the passage was full of smoke.
Ndacinga umntanami.
I thought of my child.
Salahlekela neminyango ne-boyfriend angamazi ubheke kweliphi icala mina ndihamba kwicala leli ne-room lomntana. Salahlekela neminyango because kwakunesmoke.
We kind of lost each other at the door with my boyfriend because there was smoke. He went the one side and I went the other.
Ndihamba ngedonga ndisenzela uyofika kwicala elinoBrian, my son.
So I just tried to move along the wall, trying to get to the side where my son was, Brian.
Ndamemeza.
And I tried to call him out.
Waphuma.
He came out.
Ngelo xesha benomntana ona 1 month. Ndafika ndarepha umntana phezu kwebhedi. Ndabaxelela uba masiphumeni ngasemaXhoseni ngoba umlilo awukafiki.
Umntwana wena 1 month.
Umntana wayenamanzi intombazane. Sanduba nomntwana. Na 1 month umntwana.
Okay. Sorry, I'm a bit confused, Madam Chair. My pardon.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that Brian's son?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So Brian came out. He had a child, a 1-month-old child, and I tried to wrap the child and suggested to them that let's exit through the side of emaXhoseni because the fire was not at that area yet, in that direction that we were thinking of exiting through.
Saphuma ngasemaXhoseni.
We exited from the Amaxhoseni side.
Xa sijonga umlilo lapha kuMelrose ngasemaXhoseni ibuilding iyatsha ingathi ingawela ngapha.
When we looked at the building from outside, it was engulfed in flames, looking as if it was going to collapse to the one side.
Then ndathi masambeni kwalapha siphumeleni ngaphandle.
So I suggested that let's leave and get outside.
Sahamba saya ngaku-Albert no-Delvas lapho kuma khona amateksi kwakungekho umlilo ibuilding sishiya ngemuva.
Then we went to the corner of Albert and Delvas on the taxi side. There was no fire there because the building was behind us.
Sithe sandukuma kanjalo kwabe kufika isicimamlilo andazi ke sasifonelwe bani kwathi but kwafika isicimamlilo.
While waiting there, the fire brigade came. I don't know who called them, but they arrived.
Abantu bebuza ukuthi nimeleni ningasebenzi abantu bayatsha bathi asinamanzi.
And people were asking, why are you just idling and not doing anything? People are dying. And they said, we don't have water.
Sihleli kanjalo ngaphandle kuyafika imetro amapolisa kwafika futhi esinye isicimamlilo.
And while we were still outside, the Metro Police came and another fire brigade arrived.
Sisoke safike sacima. Esesibili.
And this, the second group, that's the one that actually put out the fire.
Bathe xa becima kanjalo kwafika abantu kuyathethwa ndiye ndava into engathi bathi xa because umlilo ntoni nobangela bami ngathi uthi khandlela like uvugqitha nje akekho umuntu owanixelelayo.
And while people were chattering around and talking about this, everybody was asking what started the fire, and some people were saying it's just a candle, and that's what people were saying at the time.
Sahlala lokhu kucinywa sihleli ngaphandle then sahamba saya ngasemaXhoseni ngoba zikhona izihlobo zathi ayingenani endlini bas welcome kwimikhukhu yabo.
We waited outside while the fire was being put out, and eventually we went to Amaxhoseni because we have relatives there who let us in because they said we could come into their houses because they live there.
Ndandingasafuni ukusondela kwicala lase-shelter.
I was very reluctant. I didn't want to go anywhere near the shelter anymore.
Ngoba ndandibona abantu belele begqunywe ngamaplastiki.
Because I saw people lying down covered in plastic bags.
Beshonile.
They were dead.
Ndingagcina lapho tata ngendaba yelanga lomlilo.
That's how far I can go regarding the day of the fire.
Thank you, Ms. Beche. Could you tell the Commission if you or any of your loved ones sustained any injuries as a result of the fire?
Ungatshela in commission ukuthi bakhona yini kungaba nguwe noma ihlobo zakho abathandekayo bakho abaye balimala ngenxa yomlilo?
Abekho abalimele bakhona engibaziyo abangasekho bebesondele kuno.
No one that was close to me was injured, but there are those that I know that lost their lives.
Thank you, Ms. Beche. What are your comments with regards to the efficiency of the City of Johannesburg in dealing with the fire and rescuing you and your fellow family and fellow tenants?
Yino ngayisho ngomsebenzi we City of Johannesburg abomlilo ekwenzeni kwabo umsebenzi wokuzama ukunisiza nabantu nanihlala nabo.
Bona ngathi bafela kakhulu.
I think they really failed dismally.
Ms. Beche, would you say that if the City of Johannesburg was efficient, less damage would have occurred, but for the inefficiency, the worst happened?
Ungasho yini ukuthi ukube babekwazile ukwenza umsebenzi okahle umphumela ngabe wahluka ngabe isimo sabangcono kunokuthi kwenzeke into ebuhlungu kangaka yenzeke?
ngabe le yokuqala futhi itraka ngoba yafika ngesikhathi esasiqala ukuthi singathi yiyo eyayifike yacima ngabe abantu abaningi basaphila.
If the first fire truck on arrival could start extinguishing the fire, I think people would have been saved.
Madam Chair, I shall now move to the last item as per our structure of evidence.
Yes.
The aftermath of the fire. Ms. Beche, could you tell us how did the fire affect you?
Ungasitshela Miss Mbecho ukuthi lo mlilo ukuthinte kanjani empilweni yakho?
Umlilo wanihlukumeza kakhulu emoyeni. Kuswela indawo yokuhlala.
I was really hurt emotionally, not having a place to stay.
Kube nzima nokuya kuma-piece job, angina ID.
It was also difficult to get these part-time jobs that I relied on because I didn't have my ID.
Ngoba ama-building amanye ngena kuba afuna ukuthi ngiveze i-ID egate.
Because in some of the buildings where we try and find work, they want you to identify yourself when you get to the gate.
Is that all, Ms. Beche?
Yilokho phela?
Yeah.
Yes.
Could you tell the Commission as to what losses have you suffered as a result of this fire?
Ungatshela commission ukuthi yini ekulahlekele ngenxa yalo mlilo?
Ngathi kulahleke yonke into benginayo endlini. Watsha.
I lost everything that I had in the house. It went up in flames.
Ms. Beche, could you tell the Commission as to where do you stay at the current moment and the conditions of your current settlement place?
Ungatshela commission Miss Mbecho ukuthi njengamanje uhlala kuphi nokuthi sinjani isimo sala uhlala khona?
Ihlala komunye umama esibuya sonke ekhaya eMaxhoseni.
I live with a lady who comes from back home in Maxhoseni.
Nakhona isimo nje kukuncenga ukuhlala.
Even then, it's just a day-by-day go-by situation.
Ama-toilet la green ayathathwa ayaklinwa. Impompi yamanzi khona.
We have the mapila waqashwayo.
Yawo yibo rentisa.
We have rental toilets that are there that are cleaned from time to time, and a tap for water.
Yes.
Given the circumstances and the conditions that you are living in, and holistically what happened to you and your family and your fellow tenants, could you tell the Commission as to have you ever received any assistance from the government or any philanthropic assistance from anyone else?
Uma ucabangela isimo salokho kunehlele nabanye abantu obaziyo, ungatshela iCommission ukuthi likhona yini usizo olutholile kuhulumeni noma ezinye inhlangano ezisiza abantu?
Ndingathi okwenzeka lento uncedo ndalufumana kuma NGOs uhulumende alukho uncedo endilufumeneyo.
Since this occurred, I've received help from NGOs but nothing from the government.
In giving your evidence, you had stated that the events of the fire have hurt your spirit. Have you ever received any form of psychological assistance from the government or anyone else?
Uma uchaza ekuqaleni uthe lesehlakalo sakulimaza kakhulu emoyeni, ngabe utholile usizo mhlambe lo sizo lwezengqondo oluvela kuhulumeni noma kwabanye abantu abasizayo?
Hayi andilifumenanga.
No, I didn't receive any help.
Thank you, Ms. Beche. Do you have anything else other than what you have stated in order to assist the Commission?
Siyabonga Ms. Beji, ngabe kukhona yini okunye ongathanda ukusho ngaphandle kwalokho osukushilo ukuze usize iCommission?
Hayi anginakho.
No, I don't have anything to add.
Madam Chair, that will be all for examination in chief.
Thank you, Mr. Maponya. Mr. Muloto.
Madam Chairperson, Commissioner, except to thank the witness, Ms. Peche, we have no questions for the witness.
Thank you, Advocate Muloto. Mr. Koza.
Madam Chairperson, we don't have questions for this witness, but we reserve our right to apply for cross. I just would like to put on record a concern that I have. I think in relation to the question, to the role played by the fire department, the question put by my colleague was along the lines of, would you say, if it was not for the inefficiency of the fire department, the damage could have been avoided? We just found that question to be a bit more on the leading side.
Yes, she is allowed to lead. This is a commission of inquiry, and this is not a court of law.
Thank you.
Ms. Sondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. We don't have questions for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Maponya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That would be all for.
Yes. Would you like to have Mr. Peche's statement admitted into evidence as an exhibit?
Indeed so, Madam Chair, as an exhibit NRF 19.
19. It is so admitted.
Thank you,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Peche, the Commission wishes to thank you for having come to give evidence before it.
Ms. Beji, Commission ithanda ukubonga ngokuthi uvela uzonikeza ubufakazi phambi kwalo.
Ngiyabonga nami.
We know that this was a difficult decision to make, and we appreciate it.
Siyazi ukuthi lesi bekuyisinqumo esinzima ukusenza futhi sibonga kakhulu.
You may step down as a witness, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that is all of our witnesses for the day.
Yes. Is it for the day, or that concludes the oral evidence that you wish to lead before the Commission?
As per the index, that would conclude the oral. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the indulgence to take instructions. Madam Chair, my instructions are that there might be 2 or more of the witnesses to be called on Monday. There are processes to be unfolding in terms of taking their statements, but be that as it may, that such doesn't happen on Monday, we shall lead witnesses as
You
per the
read into
statements.
the record the
In-
witnesses' statements.
Indeed so,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Maponya.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Advocate Muloto.
Madam Chairperson, Madam Commissioner, that being the close of the proceedings for the day, we would request the proceedings to be adjourned until Monday at 10.
The proceedings are adjourned until Monday at 10 o'clock.